Hello everyone, and welcome to the paddling pool. It is I, Mad Gamer the Second, and I am joined by the Manic Splats.
Hello, hello. It's great to be here again. Can't wait for this assortment of teams to compete for the winner of paddling pool.
Yes, we're getting to our first match. Looks like we have a couple of pickups facing off here. We have Weapon Test versus FaTuBi. I believe that the FaTuBi's name is a combination of the different team names of these the players squatted it up together today.
Yep. It's really cool that they're able to make a quick pickup in such short time to be able to face against a whole team.
For our first set of the day, we have Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Yes, Scorch Gorge is going to be our first match, so it'll be quite interesting. From what I know of Weapon Test, our player lineup here, we have Red Shell, Luna, Z-Splash, and Vital. Quite the collection of play here, and I think FaTuBi is a collection of German players, but it's going to be quite a bit of aggression.
See, we
on the
have
side of Weapon Test.
Machine on the other side. I see the recent patch notes haven't been enough to quite demoralize anyone from using it. So here we have what's it called, the Reflux already having its first missile spam of the night. An ink brush being taken down, and here we have a brave player trying to face off the machine and getting a quick splat. But are they going to quickly clean up and maybe push alongside the Rainmaker?
But an unfortunate bomb right there. The wall was just not quite able to save them. Still, Weapon Test getting the first lead of the day with just the bucket remaining. They're just going to be chilling for the time being, just trying to keep control of the Maker, but it's probably the wise move to back up with all of FaTuBi's team respawning here.
Yes, now a Booyah Bomb is being unleashed so that they can finally maybe get in time for the Rainmaker, or are they just planning on waiting for a reset just to get some more neutral ground? So far,
hot here.
Yes. The Ink Brush doing its best job of being a sneaky assassin and getting outsplattered by that Octobrush there.
Just a little bit of range of the Octobrush, one out over the Ink Brush. So this Weapon Test is going to be getting another chance at that pedestal here. Taking it a little bit slow this time, just trying to get a clear path going. Ooh, we see the Zipcaster coming in, taking out one of the players. That's going to open up a nice avenue for them. The brush is going to come in trying to stop them. That pedestal was not quite the color they wanted.
Yes, unfortunately the push was stopped. But will FaTuBi make a quick cleanup work of the rest of Weapons Test? So far, nothing really too much happening. Everyone just bring up with their specials and that nice snipe from the Mixie.
Yeah, so far FaTuBi is just having a difficult time setting up. They have quite a bit of map control on their side of the map. Weapon Test just forward playstyle has been really putting them on the ropes. They're definitely going to need to get a couple more picks to really, get a handhold in this match so far. There's a nice pick of the Octobrush. That's going to be huge for when they're trying to push.
Here they might start to lead up with the Tenta missile push. First time of them picking up the Rainmaker. And a Booyah Bomb to assist, taking up control. The Ink Strike's coming in to lure the Rainmaker away, but it's not going to be enough. And will they be able to get through the pedestal? And there we go. Round 2.
Nice play by FaTuBi right there. Not even the Zipcaster was able to stop them. There's still 2 members down there. Going to have a good opportunity to pop this and keep on pushing.
And so far, leading with the Whale, the Weapons Test trying to stop them with the Selection Bombs and succeeding so far.
Even so, waiting through all the bombs getting chucked at them, they're still able to get quite a bit of points off of that, down to 33 so far. But with 2 members now down for FaTuBi, they're going to have to back up here and just regroup. Weapon Test going to be pushing out. They already have the Booyah Bomb online. I hadn't quite realized that the Glooka's playing. You don't see that too often, but they're making good use of that kit. Quite a bit of yellow coming in right now.
I guess so far both teams are going to be wanting to build up their specials so that they can initiate a push as soon as possible. But unfortunately the Splash Shot got shut down with a Trizuka.
Definitely a lot of really quite a skirmishes coming out on this side of the map right now. Several members going down on both sides, and now we're back to a sort of stalemate as we get into the last minute of this match.
Oh, that Splash, the Splash Scope had the suction vacuum, but that's not going to do that many good right now, as the ink brush is making quick work of that bucket to activate its own whale and well, just assist in general cleanup. For some reason, FaTuBi is not taking in the Rainmaker and making a quick push while everyone's down.
Well, we're getting the last 20 seconds of the match. The brush here just on a complete tear. So much blue in the middle of the map right now. All they really got to do is hold on to it and just keep the Rainmaker from getting picked up from Weapon Test. But with 2 members down, there might be... Oh no, they got 2 members of Weapon Test down as well. So if the Charger or a bomb coming in just to stop the Rainmaker, that's going to be first match going to FaTuBi.
Very well done, FaTuBi. I didn't realize that they were playing the long game of just letting them get trapped with the Rainmaker instead of just picking it up and waiting out the timer.
Weapon Test hadn't quite gotten the pistol just yet, but it would have been quite unfortunate if FaTuBi went too many members down on the last couple of seconds, because that would just give the lead to Weapon Test. So I think they definitely did the more cautious take right there, and it paid out in the end. 1 up for FaTuBi, and next we're going to be going to zones on Hagglefish Market. This is going to be a fun one.
Lots of corners to poke around and flank, but will they switch up their weapons comp? Definitely those brushes are going to be very viable for flanking around and circling around the zone.
Indeed, and I think Red Shell right here, they're quite the brush main. I don't imagine it'd be swapping too far from that, but I can imagine Luna and maybe even Vital, some frontline flexes, they might swap it up depending on what they feel comfortable with playing here. The Splash Shot did quite a bit of work in that last match, but we'll have to see what they choose to bring out. I'm pretty sure the Charger's going to be sticking around. This is a good combo for that.
Definitely that vantage spot on the what would you call that? A tent, I assume.
Yes.
Very good for picking off anyone within the zone and approaching from the right-hand flank.
And as you mentioned before, keep an eye on those flanks. It is going to be pretty crucial. The reflex, though, I was not expecting that, but it seemed to have worked out for them. This would be another good pick to stick with, since it is going to be zones.
Yes, tens missiles always work for any map mode so far, until we somehow get a special point nerf for it. But so far, the Glooka has changed to the Dark Tetras, which is definitely going to give it way more mobility at the cost of that Booyah Bomb, was it?
Yes, they are going to be giving up the Booyah Bomb, but with how linear this map is, having the Reslider, it really does have a good advantage on this, especially for just painting the zone. Choosing to opt for the Vanilla Brush is also another good pick, again, because of how linear this map is. Keeping that, the Killer Whale can really do some damage, or at least cause some I can't even think of the word, just push around the enemy team.
Yeah, it's very good for this type of small linear almost hammerhead-ish type of map style. But what do I know? I guess Splatoon 1 veteran? No, I'm just kidding. Weapons test. Trying to defend their zone, but so far being pushed back with that Booyah Bomb and flank.
Yeah, they had a nice 3 down on FaTuBi there, but with 2 members down themselves, FaTuBi was going to be taking the zone, and with no penalty, they can just chew right through the point.
Yeah, still try and keep it as long as they can, not even letting weapons test get anywhere close as they're holding them from their spawn. But as the Trizuka coming out, sniping that sniper, lets them push right on back in, but before FaTuBi getting the lead.
Yes, there are several specials going on. We saw the Reslider doing some work right there, just able to cap the zone. They're going to have an opportunity to set up once again, but with the charge and the missiles coming out, that's going to be a lot of pressure on them.
Yep. And the zone's almost had recaptured by FaTuBi. Or now it is. Quite the fierce competition. I don't see anyone weapons test is having a potentially sneaky spot on the flank. But I think he came back just to help cap the zone.
You do see the brushes, they've been trying to make some plays around the corners there, but so far both of these teams have been quite good at keeping an eye, making sure they don't have the upper hand there. So far it's going to be in favor of weapon test, but all members are up and specials are getting activated, so we might see another zone flip in just a second. No, weapon test is holding on with just 1 member remaining. That's quite impressive, but they are going to be targeted by that killer whale.
A vacuum definitely doesn't help with any mobility. So far, I guess it's back to building up specials any way they can. Watch out for that auto bombs. They'll get you whenever you least expect them to.
Looks like we had the Tetris and now the brush going down. This is really going to slow weapon tests push back into mid here. The Tetris going down again as well as a splash shot. There's going to be a lot of blue on this map, and there is not a penalty left on FaTuBi's point value now.
Yes, it's a race on 20 seconds. I do not think they're able to, push in time. Unless, the potentially double, but unfortunately it was only a single. A zone stopping right there, but quickly being recapped.
Yeah, unfortunately, 3 members versus the Tetris was gonna come out on the upper hand. I have to say, that Charger was really putting in some work on the defense there. They were set up on that block and just had a great vantage point of the enemy base right there, picking off both the Tetris and the Ink Brush several times.
Yes, it was very great defense. Luckily, it was not splattered by any auto bombs sneaking their way around.
Yes, you gotta watch out for those auto bombs. As it is a best of 3, it looks like FaTuBi is going to be taking this first set of the tournament today, so congrats to them.
Congrats, you did it. Moving on.
Yes, we will be taking a short break before we get on with this next set, so stay tuned and we'll be back with more Splatoon action.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the paddling pool. Once again, it is I, Mad Gamer II, and I am joined by Manic.
Yet again, I arise. But this time, we have Unlucky and... I'm gonna try pronouncing it one time, and that's it. Sengkluft Warriors. Also known as Scorch Gorge Warriors, but who's counting?
It is quite unfortunate we will be not seeing them in their home territory this set, as we will be going to Tower Control on Heeltail Alley for our first match.
Tower Control, Tower Control. I haven't really played on this much, on this map this much. I think it's way more open than it is in Splat Zones, right?
Yes, you have quite a few obstacles when it's in zones, but when it's on Tower Control, it really opens it up. And you can semi-connect it in the middle, but actually no, it's not connected in the middle. I'm thinking of Rainmaker. So yeah, it is quite open.
So it's basically like the Splat Zones format, but with many of the walls. Anyways, we got an E-liter and 2 machines. Very daring, aren't they?
Yes, this is definitely a good map to have a backline, and so far, you know what? Both of the teams, except for the backline, have the exact same comp.
Wow, would you know it? I guess we'll be seeing a lot of bubblers, a lot of ink Zukas. What's the E-liter kit again?
That is gonna be... I know the special wave
Killer
breaker, I
Whale,
think
right?
it's Ink Mine?
Oh, yeah, it's ink. No, it's. Oh, yeah, it is ink. And wave breaker, right? I thought it was the killer whale. Do you think that'd be the
No,
most
not yet,
appropriate
but that
for
would
long
be a good
range?
kit for a charger,
Yes.
wouldn't it?
Anyways, we have Scorch Gorge Warriors being decimated by Unlucky, but hopefully they can reclaim their turf and quickly put an end to the push. Getting them before the checkpoint is activated. Very good so far.
Yes, they were quite on the tear there, showing that they didn't need luck to win, but getting them before they could hit that last checkpoint will just give them a nice barrier, a little bit of a buffer, so they can push back in.
Yes, activate all of their what's that one that gives you a lot of sub slots?
Oh,
Last-ditch
yes,
effort.
the LDE.
Last-ditch effort. Yes, that's the one. Very effective whenever it goes below 50.
Yes, that is definitely going to be active now, and I'm pretty sure it's close to full strength right now, so there's going to be quite a bit of paint getting chucked at Unlucky here. 2 members down, both the Charger and the Splash Shot. That's going to be a good chunk of their defense out for the count. Not quite able to get that checkpoint. They were stopped by the Booyah Bomb, but Scorch Warriors still on the tear here, putting on a lot of paint, just keeping them from getting too close to that tower.
Yes, the washing machine trying to tear it out with the splash shot, but getting pushed back with the Trizuka there. Maybe potentially a push coming along as one of the front lines or Claire would be just went down. So far, I guess both teams are just building for specials until they're comfortable pushing. And a panic Trizuka taking out what bucket that you were saying? Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, you put the bubbler on that checkpoint right there with the Inkzuka crashing into it. It didn't last very long, but it looks like Scorch Warriors are still on the offensive here, getting another chance at that checkpoint. We're gonna have to watch out for the flanking Splatter Shot trying to stop them, and they are able to take him out before he could get too much in. And with 2 members down, I think that's gonna be the checkpoint for Scorch Warriors.
Yes, only one more remains, but will they be able to quickly brush off that ink vacuum or before it gets activated? So far not, but they are taking through the checkpoint. Unfortunately, they have lost control a little bit. Only a few bit of the checkpoint remains before they're able to just push on through. And a
Even so,
bubbler is
they-
going to help a lot with that.
Oh yes, I think it's going to give them the opportunity to get that checkpoint, but no! One little bit of the checkpoint remaining, they stopped that push right there. But even so, Scorch Warriors, they are now in the lead, and with a minute remaining, Unlucky's got to get through the rest of their checkpoint as well to take that back.
Yes, you could say Unlucky is being a bit unlucky with how the lead is looking so far. Will they be able to make a lucky push? Well, so far not. But maybe after their charger responds, they may be able to pick up a few. Unfortunately, the E-leader is very aggressive so far.
Yeah, the E-leader is really utilizing that longer range it has there, just getting the drop on that other charger. But with their member down, they're going to be chased away by the bucket. 20 seconds remaining, and Unlucky's going to have to really put in everything they got for this last push here.
Well, with a wave breaker ready to go, it's not really going to do much against that bubbler, but what it is going to be just several bombs. Will they be able to stay on the tower for the overtime to activate? I don't think so.
Unfortunately not. 3 members going down with just the charger quite a ways from the tower. Scorch Warrior is going to be taking this first match.
It's not Scorch. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Well, we'll forgive it. For
This
they
is just
did
warm up
get a
for
win.
Scorch Gorge.
Of course.
The Scorch Warriors, they had a bit of a slow start during that match. They were unlucky, got that push quite early on, but once the momentum started picking up, Scorch Warriors really held it down for the majority of that match. They had like 2 or 3 consecutive pushes right in a row.
Yes, it's I guess a show of strength that made Unlucky just a bit too overconfident, maybe.
Perhaps, but with such similar comps, I think it just came down to whoever played the best just mechanically and strategically.
Yes. You could say that the E-leader helped a lot with outranging the charter.
Yes, for sure. And with it was quite narrow. There's not a whole lot for a lot of places to hide or run. But going on to Sturgeon's splat zones, that really opens it up quite a bit. Not quite as narrow, or there's not as many chokeholds as it were.
Definitely have to watch out for the moving platforms to either hide or show the line of sight for the charger sniping spot.
Yes, once you have the enemy charger on your own snipe, it is rather difficult to get back into mid. And for zones, they really don't have to do much except paint it and then push forward. Unlike the tower control, where you gotta babysit it the whole time.
Definitely watch out for underneath the splat zone, where spooky, scary sloshing machines might just hide. Splash you on through the map, for the collision is still a bit broken.
Well,
But
hopefully we
we
won't
be
get too
seeing
much
that.
of that. But you do have to be aware of the little trolls under the bridge on this map, especially when you get into the firefights. That can be a place to drop down to jump out when your team goes down, or it can just be a place to hide when you're ready to push out. But either way, we're going to be getting into the second match, 1-up for the Scorch Warriors. We'll see if Unlucky is able to bring it back.
Yep. Here we are, go. Looking at the comp is a bit unremained, not changed. It seems to be the same comp as before, but one vital key difference is that the charger switched to the E-leader.
Yes, now we have completely identical comps here, and this will be
everyone
quite
is-
interesting.
And everyone is definitely running low-ditch effort.
Oh, absolutely.
Last-ditch effort.
We have duel of the bubblers on the zone here, just trying to get a foothold, but with 2 members down, including that E-leader, that's going to be putting Unlucky in a disadvantageous position, a wipeout even more so.
That flanking splash shot really did a number on Scorch Warriors. So far, the E-leader is going to just be trying to look out for the opposing E-leader to see if it can just pick it off before it becomes too much of a trouble. Luckily, the machine is giving a bit of assistance, but so far, Unlucky's not being able to push too much in, even with that Booyah Bomb just leaving.
And no ledges safe from the Slosher machine. Already down to 30 points for the Scorched Warriors. They have quite the lead going here, and they are not stopping.
As the countdown is counting down, Last Ditch Effort is definitely getting powered up. But will it be enough for a push? Yes, it has. Unlucky getting their first capture of the game. Will they be able to show the overwhelming control over the spawn as unlucky as Scorched Warriors did for them?
Well, we already see that Inkzuka getting used right there, but they're still in a solid control of the zone here. All of the Scorched Warriors are kind of down on their pride here with the E-leader taking a position on their snipe. Now they just need to start making some progress towards the middle, but Unlucky, they got a solid defense going right now. We see the bubbler getting activated, but it's still in control. Oh, well, nope. Now it gets flipped back for the Scorched Warriors, and they still have control of the lead. This is just exactly what they were going for.
Yes, it's unfortunate that they were not able to get the lead, but they'll always have another time. I mean, 50 seconds plus is definitely a long enough time to get some specials and definitely get a push going.
We're only halfway through this match. There's still plenty of time for them to make a move. And once again, they're just getting pressured by that slosher machine on the right there. Not a whole lot of space for them to go, and then they just get absolutely blasted by that Inkzuka.
E-leader on the side trying to get some quick picks, but was outmaneuvered by that Inkzuka. Stopping the zone, but will they be able to capture it with the bubbler still intact? Yes, there we go. An even bigger penalty on Scorched Warriors now.
The junior can put out a lot of paint, but it doesn't quite match the power of several players painting the zone at once. Unlucky getting another chance, Gabe putting on a quite penalty for Scorched Warriors. However, the bubbler is back again on zone with the junior doing its job of painting. And now the Scorched Warriors are just going to be pushing up and causing Unlucky to fall into the vast abyss below.
Yeah, the stage just was not very lucky for them. Bad positioning on that. Unlucky.
It was quite unlucky indeed.
You have to say it. But so far, Scorched Gorge's Last Ditch Effort is definitely a bit more powerful than Unlucky's. Is that really what's keeping them just capping their spawn? We'll see as the Booyah Bomb is going to be unleashed in the middle there.
We do see the junior going down right there. That's going to be quite a bit of their paint taken out of the game for the next couple of seconds. Still Unlucky, they're making a move on that zone, almost close to capping it, but the E-leader is just doing its job of keeping it in their control, and that's going to be KO for the Scorched Warriors.
The E-leader did its best, but it cannot output paint equivalent to 2 juniors.
Quite so, and that is going to be the set for the Scorched Warriors with the quad dab coming in for the victory.
I did not know I was getting disrespected tonight.
Thankfully, we are here to observe, and we are not we are not the target of such disrespect.
And it seems that the prediction was overwhelmingly unlucky, but well, the winners was the Scorched Gorge Warriors. So, congrats on your payout, Greenie. You might
And the fact it wasn't on Scorched Gorge just shows how strong this team really is.
Yes, I fear whenever they are on Scorched Gorge, as well, we'll have to see. We'll be back soon enough for round 3.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the paddling pool. Once again, the dynamic duo, Ahmed and Manic.
Hello, we return, and back with a whole best of 5 round instead of the usual best of 3. We're ready with Vaporwave, and I hope I'm saying it right. Arkunir. Okay, I already butchered it. Arkunir burger.
So we're going to be starting off on, that's Clam's Hammerhead. Interesting. And that's
Sure.
Blosher, no less.
Very interesting. But we do have the support of the normal bucket and the slush machine.
Yeah, that's a 3-bucket comp right there, facing off against the double shooter and tri-slosher brush combo.
Well, so far it's working, as they do have the lead in clams. But maybe the lead in splats, and who's to say? So
They're definitely going to have the range advantage of that X-Blow in play.
Yes, nothing so far outranges it. Not even
except perhaps a bomb.
Of course. Infinite range. Stuck in the toxic mist, as always. Cannot move. Relatable. Nice clapback on that spawn camper.
Yes, they were able to get the trade right there, but with the 3 members of Vaporwave down, Burger's going to be getting quite a few clans ready to go to get that lead going.
Here comes the first football of the night. With an assisted football, and maybe some clams after that crab is despawned. There we go. Just to keep that gate open. And that Octobrush getting shut down before it's able to do anything.
30 points already. This is quite the opening lead right here.
Yes. Could it be finished in 1 bucket? To say.
They have the clams to do it. They just got to get in without dying.
And 1 definitely has been able to keep it open for clearing a few, but will the Explosure be able to finish it up? Oh, there we go, and that's game.
Wow. Oh.
1 football to open the gate, and a whole lot more to close it.
Game, set, match in 1 push. That was quite impressive. They held that down for the entire match extremely well.
The burger is definitely being cooking, not cooked.
The burger got quite cooked indeed, but it is the best of 5, so they have a chance to bring this back. We'll chalk that up to just a bad map mode combo. I can certainly relate.
Yeah. So moving on to what we are on now? Splat Zone's Wahoo. An interesting choice.
Almost complete opposite from what we just saw, quite wide and a rather round zone at that.
Yes, you're definitely gonna have to watch out for around the flanks underneath. I wonder how much the format, the loadout's gonna change, as I don't think they're gonna need to move too much this round, because that Explosure was very mobile, despite what the normal playstyle is.
Oh yes, I imagine that the triple bucket is going to stick around, perhaps changing up the splash to something, but we'll have to see. After a match like that though, Vaporwave, or yeah, I think it was Vaporwave, it would probably be rethinking their strat just a bit.
Yes, definitely gonna have to. Maybe, I mean, the Octobrush definitely was great on the Spider-Man special, but not so much for outranging. Maybe anything to outrange that Explosure.
They're certainly going to have to find a way to get around the amount of ledge control they have with so many sloshers. Wahoo World, the majority of the objective is ledges, and so they're just going to have quite an advantage. They're going to have to figure out a way to get around that, just trying to pick their fights, as it were.
Maybe they go in with some blasters. Who's to say? Oh, the explosives definitely switched off to the E-liter. And it seems that the comp has being relatively the same, except for the bucket being switched off to the Gal and the splash for a junior, I believe.
Quite a bit more paint with his comp and a little bit more range at that. Tri-Slosher doesn't have that too much to begin with. Already see the Octobrush going in to get some flanks, and with 2 members down, Vaporwave going to be taking those first zones of the match.
Yes, unexpectedly. The flank is very, very needed to watch out, as you can just go blazing fast with that rush. And definitely getting into the spawn. I think they quite expected that.
Spider-Man putting in some work here. That's going to stall them for a little bit, but the zone, or the specials, are coming out. Bubbler on the zone. Junior's trying to make some work, but I guess taken down by the Inkzuka. 2 members down once again. Vaporwave's going to be holding on to this for a little bit longer.
Hopefully they don't need too much of the last-ditch effort from the previous team, as they could hopefully just finish this by holding out now.
Are we going to see a repeat of last time in the reverse order?
Who's to say? I mean, that triple ink strike is looking mighty gatekeepy.
Oh, but the
no
juniors
match
pop the
for the
bubbler.
junior.
All they got to do is hold that zone, and they are able to. 3 members down in the last few seconds, but with the junior staying alive, they were able to keep the zone from flipping. So Vaporwave coming back, and with such a dominant performance, this is like
the burger just
wow.
got raw. Very
Yeah,
well
burger.
done.
We are now 1-1 with both teams having completed the match in a single push. I'm not sure what to expect from this next one. Tower control on Makompart.
Blasters galore if they have any rapids or range.
That would be quite the pick. But I imagine this sloshing, or the sloshers would work just as well. Several ledges on here to play around.
Imagine if they pick the Bob Lobber. The best one for tower control, of course, you know.
Of course. They can
Love me
certainly
my
get quite a bit of range, but I imagine with, again, with the performance like that last match, these teams are going to be rethinking their strategy just a bit.
Definitely gonna have to watch out for that hidey hole spike in the middle of the tower to hide against any oncoming sloshes or oncoming snipes.
You certainly can't hit them straight on, that is for sure. As we get into this next match, not a whole lot of changes from Burger here. We do see the E-Leader getting swapped to the Charger, and absolutely no change for Vaporwave. They had something going and they're going to stick with it.
Seems that Burger definitely has a bit more of the last-ditch effort, so they might want to play it a bit like an underdog, or they might just want to go for the whole full round knockout. Who's to say?
Oh, Vaporwave getting the first wipeout, they're just going to go for it. Having the Charger and the Junior combo is such a strong defense for when you're pushing the tower, but when you're pushed up to your base just like this, there's not really good opportunity to use it.
Yes, and that Spider-Man just went in and tried to hit a few to slow them down. Not sure if they were able to get some points while another team got on tower. Hopefully they did. Ink Strike's just to zone Vaporwave out, and so far succeeding. The splash shot, just retreating real quick, maybe to get a vantage point for Trizuka.
Yeah, there was a lot of paint getting thrown out right there when they were the last one up. Backing up is definitely the smarter option. Burger here going to be getting a chance to push at their own, but with their slosher down, that's going to be some of their camping ability taken out. We see a duel going on with the Junior and the Splatter, or the Brush, and both get taken down in that bout.
Yes, the map definitely looked a bit more yellower than I thought. The Bucket trying to go for some overhead shots, and somehow succeeding. Very nice. But it was a trade for the bomb then. Getting vacuum, having to retreat, an optimal strategy.
Honestly, the safest decision in that situation, getting shut down by that vacuum, but now that's another full wipe on Burger. Vaporwave's still in the lead, and they have another chance at that second checkpoint.
Yes, lots of downtime to build up some specials and to keep Burger in spawn, especially with the bubbler on the tower now.
And we saw the brush going in with the Zipcaster, taking out the Junior with them. That's going to be some of their pressure getting taken out right there. It's going to be evened out, 2 members down, but now just the Junior remaining. Brush is going to be taking that tower, going to be going for that second checkpoint once again. 52 here. This is going to be the turning point right here. If Vaporwave can get set up ahead of the tower like this in the base, it's going to be quite easy to take this next checkpoint, but they are able to take down that 52 before they have a chance to set up.
Yes, it was a very good push so far, but will they be able to keep the lead from Vaporwave push?
It's certainly not unbeatable, and they have 2 minutes of the match remaining to do it. But so far, Vaporwave is doing an excellent job of getting the picks they need and just putting on a lot of pressure. Having a backline comp like that, you really gotta be able to set up to utilize it fully, and Vaporwave just not allowing them to do that.
Getting outplayed by that sloshing machine. Very close to just dropping off the map, but just keeping level head and getting that splash. And now Burger is just trying to get any points that they can with just pushing the tower any way they can. I guess so far so good.
That's going to be their first checkpoint down, and they're still in control of the tower, but several specials are going to be online for both teams, so they're going to have to really watch out. Zuka coming out, going to be taking out one of the members, but the Booyah Bomb in return just stalls them out. One member of Burger left, but then they get taken down almost immediately, so that's going to be Vaporwave getting control of the map again, and still with that lead.
Yes, a delayed wipeout is not something that you want to see, as it just removes that jump spot if it was hidden at all. So now it's just a game of who can get their specials first. And
pretty much, we were in the last 30 seconds. Vaporwave, they just gotta hold mid, keep them from touching the tower. In fact, they don't really need to keep them from the tower, they just gotta stall them out long enough for their teammates to respawn. But Burger, they got 4 specials online right now. This could be their opportunity if they didn't run into that splash hole right there.
I would have recommended to save the bubbler until the specials just got released, but that vacuum pulling in warp just to kind of delay the inevitable. And the overtime, can they make it? And they got it.
Dang. I agree, the bubbler seemed a bit early, but they did have that ink vac at the end there to follow it up with, and I think that they were able to get the trade, and with their member, the one that was remaining, that was able to get them that lead at the end.
Yes, it was very good that there was a bucket to support the vacuum, as it did not last long enough. Very good showing from both teams, but it seems that Burger took victory in the end.
Indeed, it was unlike the last 2 matches where they just took the objective and then ran with it. It was a back and forth quite a bit. Or even Vaporwave, they held it out for the majority of that match, and just how Burger was able to bring it back in the last minute there. It certainly speaks to how even and how skilled both of these teams are.
Definitely makes for an interesting match to commentate over. But going on to the 4th round, we are going on splash zones in, what was it again? Not museum. That's a different
This
map.
is the Art Academy Inkblot.
Inkblot Art Academy. I always get them confused because they still have the same displays.
That is
Although
true.
the middle area is definitely a bit different.
It is very, I'd say Booyah Bomb proof. It doesn't allow a single Booyah Bomb to paint a whole lot, but at the same time, there's going to be quite a few ledges for those slosher machines to, or just the sloshers in general, to play around. But last time, it was the triple shooter comp really held them out for quite a long time. It gave them quite a bit of trouble, especially in the last zones match on Wahoo. We'll have to see if they decide to stick with that, or if either team is going to be swapping up their comp at all. It seemed like even after their loss on zones, they still stuck with the Charger Brush double slosher.
Yes. The zone definitely is a bit smaller, as there is just a large object in the middle of it that does not count for any part of the point.
That is true.
But it is a good vantage spot if you do capture the zone, therefore making it a bit more defendable. But
And we are
you
going to
have
be
to
seeing
get
the
there.
E-leader coming out for that vantage point.
Yeah, and a splash instead of a junior, as well. I guess they think the crab is a bit more suited than the big bubbler in skirmishes.
I think for the same reason that the Booyah Bomb isn't quite as strong, that obstruction in the middle just kind of impedes on it a bit.
Yeah. And we see Burger getting the first zone. For how long will they keep it? We'll have to find out. Phil Stan making quick work of that gal and just defending his spot in the map. Triple Zuka, just trying to pick off anyone that he can. So far the zone is holding strong. Oh, I spoke too soon. Junior coming in to quickly take away any part of the Burger's control while defending against that illegal.
Yeah, having a lot of bombs is certainly a good counter to the arc of the sloshers. That is going to be the main thing they had to do to get into the zone right there, was they had to dislodge the sloshers from underneath that ledge, and they were able to do so, and then the junior was able to set up that bubbler, get the zone, and just apply a little bit of penalty, but not a whole lot. There wasn't too many points for either of these teams. 2 members of Vaporwave down, and so now Burger's already through their checkpoint and already through their penalty and getting more points on the board.
Brad just trying to destroy the gal before it causes too much headache with the splash walls and the killer whale. And the machine just getting a quick splat, but the Spider-Man trying to assassinate the E-leader as soon as it can. But I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference unless this junior can quickly get control of the zone.
Ooh, they are the last ones remaining. There's not going to be enough paint to cap the zone just yet. Yes, they're going to be pressured out by the crab tank, and Burger's going to be taking this third match and as well as the set.
Yes, very well done, Burgers. I guess it's not the 100-0 KO as we thought it would be, but it's still pretty close. Still pretty close. Still good. Still good. It's a 3-second rule from the picking up from food from the floor.
Exactly. But it is interesting that they were able to they had such a dominant performance. Like, it wasn't quite the one and done that we saw in the first 2 matches, but the fact that Vaporwave took the first zones match and then Burger coming in to take the second one is just, I'm not quite sure what the key difference was right there. Perhaps it was the map, perhaps it was the comp, but they certainly learned from their first loss there and were able to capitalize on what they learned.
Yes. Off topic. Super glad I invest my points into Burger. Big payout. Big payout. I guess we'll see you all later for round 4 in a bit.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the paddling pool. It is I, Mad Gamer II, and I am joined once again by Manic.
Hello, hello. We are back again for round 5. And today we are, round 4. Jesus, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're in quite a treat, for we have Sprigglers versus Fake Penguin. I wonder why the penguins are fake, but I guess it's because they are flightless.
So are you saying these penguins can fly?
Real
They're
penguins
fake
can,
penguins?
of course.
Oh, yes, of course. But
And,
I do know that Penguin is a frequent visitor of the Dapple Productions. So they're quite regular, but we see quite a few slashing machines, and that makes sense as it is tower control.
Yes, the AOE effect of the squashing machine is definitely going to be very annoying to deal with while on the tower and while on the ground, but more so on the tower, as we have Sprigglers attempting to take their first capture point.
I think on top of that, the Booyah Bomb is just incredibly strong at just denying control of the tower. But it's going to be a bit of a trade right there. No one's taken that first checkpoint yet.
As that Booyah Bomb outdoing the Charger, allowing for potential push of, definitely a push, as Sprigglers is quite a bit down on Clarktown. Getting through the first checkpoint, riding along, still keeping strong, building up their specials, but the Bubbler is definitely going to protect against the Trizuka if it remained intact. And finishing off that checkpoint, they are going to stroll on, having that Wavebreaker right alongside, potentially protect against oncoming invaders, with Sprigglers trying to just stop any push, but failing drastically so. Oh,
well, Penguin so far has been doing a good job of just holding on to that tower, but with the 3 members down, that's going to be the end of that push right there. Springer's having a chance to come back in and reclaim some of this map.
Yep. So far, the Sprigglers just throwing off any attempt of getting push going again. But, that might change soon with Big Penguins just destroying the formation.
I'm impressed that Bubbler held up to that, the ink vacuum shot.
That was it. I thought it was a Booyah Bomb.
No, I know the Booyah Bomb will just shred it almost immediately, but it held its own against the ink vac and keeping the junior alive.
Ah, very nice. So Sprigglers is just knocking off any penguins that they can see, but the Charger going down is definitely not going to bode well for any potential push, as we won't have any backline support.
Penguins are certainly making it difficult for Springers to get this first checkpoint right here, but they're still hanging on. They have a good deal of map control in the mid here, and they're able to keep control of the tower. It's just a matter of being able to push forward at this point.
Yeah, that Bubbler also just got Booyah Bomb, but it surprisingly survived a little bit, but not the one on the tower. It just got demolished. Sprigglers attempting to push, but they got pushed off by penguins. And so far, everything's neutral. Everyone's just trying to get their specials again. Getting pressured by that Charger. Having to back it off. The life of a Slosher player.
We have Bubblers line for both sides of the Booyah Bomb for the Penguins here. We're getting close to this last minute, and so far Springers has yet to really push past that first checkpoint. Penguins doing an excellent job of just overall keeping the defense 13 points. That's a good lead right there. It's not impossible to beat by any means, but it's going to be rather difficult.
But here we have then Sprigger's attempting to get past this second checkpoint, but unfortunately they were not able to hold on, as that bubbler that was just a convenient choke point. And there goes the shutdown of the push, and back to Penguin's control.
The advantage of having two specials, or two weapons with a Booyah Bomb, means if one goes down, you still have a Booyah Bomb for those last couple of seconds to keep them off that tower.
Yes, I hope we get to see something like that, but who knows. They have to first get back to the checkpoints and get into overtime, which they may be able to do if they just keep on, but I think that the Booyah Bombers are just being activated just to completely miss, and the vacuum shot instead takes them off.
It was quite clever. They overshot the ink vac so the Booyah Bomb wouldn't get sucked up. I was almost worried that they were playing that a little too cautiously, but they sprung their trap at the right moment, so they were able to stop the tower before they could get too far.
Very well done. That deceiving action was very well done. I couldn't see that happening at all. Wow, that was great.
Yes, fake penguins are going to be taking the first match. It is still a best of 5, so Springers has a chance to make a comeback.
Yes, as we now go on to Zone's Mahi Mahi, which they definitely just butchered. Don't know why, but we have some water sometimes.
Ooh, so this is, I think this particular mode has the most cover. I'm trying to think. I don't imagine they're going to be changing up too much. The charger is definitely going to be quite strong.
Yes, the vantage points on Mahi are just unprecedentedly strong for any overhanging weapon and just the chargers in general.
And I think, as we saw in the last match, Penguin definitely tends to opt more for the more aggressive comp, going for that double slosher at that too. I don't know whether they want to keep that for zones. It still has quite a bit of good paint, especially with the Fizzy Bomb, but they may opt for something with a little bit more paint output.
And before they bring out all the juniors to just have a fleet of bubblers.
Imagine.
Stop any Trizukas that they might pull out. But it will be kind of bad against the Booyah Bombs that may or may not occur.
Yeah, it can stop quite a bit, but it can't save you from a Booyah Bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, this is quite an open zone, so Booyah Bomb will have a good deal of paint control. Reef Slider, I won't imagine we'll be seeing much Reef Slider. If you overshoot it in any direction, you will take a dip. You will be taking a dip.
Always love a good old swim with my dolphin ride. Too bad it's not waterproof.
Yeah, one would think it was buoyant, but I guess not.
And here we have a dually squelchers. Very interesting. A weight breaker, indeed. So it seems that they still have the double sloshing machines. But here we have Spriggers going in for the first cap of the zone, just being very aggressive with the bubbler.
Yes.
Trying to pick off any that just might inconvenience. But I think there might be a Booyah Bomb brewing, just to take on over. Maybe. Can you get it?
Booyah Bomb and the Wave Breaker going at the same time. That's going to pressure them out, just allowing the fake penguins to get the control of the zone here. But there's still quite a bit of that sniper pressure coming in from that right side. They're going to have to be careful.
Yes, that sniper is just wanting to be on the low ground to maybe get a quick shot or two and just provide turf for its allies. And successfully it worked, I guess, as they were able to get the zone for a very short time. But it made them get the penalty for Penguins. So.
I think that was a good point you brought up here. The Charger taking the low ground there is quite a good vantage point to be had up top, but with the amount of bombs at the disposal of fake penguins here, they could it just paints a big target on your back. It can easily pressure you out, especially when you don't have quite as much footing to maneuver with.
Yeah, especially with the fake penguin having 2 sloshing machines, it definitely
Yes.
gets splatted very fast if you're on that vantage point with no additional cover or any support. Double
We see the
booyah
Booyah
bomb.
Bomb, then Inzuka coming out. That's going to flip the zone for the Springers. Fake Penguins did take the lead, however. They're going to have to be making a comeback from that. With 2 members down, is going to be quite difficult.
Yep. I think my viewpoint might be a bit laggy, but it's so far so good. And we have Penguin just taking the zone right back, and with a dwindling penalty, might actually start to get very close to 0.
Still in control of the Fake Penguins. Already chewed through their penalties, so adding some more points to their lead. The Bubbler online as well. They're going to be chewing through quite a bit of that. 3 members down. This might be match point for, or yeah, game for Fake Penguins, as Charger's the last one up, and they don't have a whole lot of paint to put down.
Fortunately, the vacuum does not spew out ink as much as it takes in. And that's a knockout for the fake Gustav Penguins. They might not be too fake from what I can see right now.
Well, they are certainly soaring. They are currently on match point for this set. So this is going to be Springer's last chance to stay in the game. Otherwise, they're going to be sent down to the loser's bracket, which, to be fair, will give them another opportunity, but it is nice to be able to stay in winner's bracket. It gives you a little bit more buffer.
Yep. Very good showing so far. But we are in for a treat of Clown Blitz on Understow Spillway, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah.
No, that's the incorrect map. Thumbnails and maps, they are not responding tonight for me.
We have been deceived.
I've been faked. But maybe might be able to see what we saw earlier with the double football coming in to just snatch a whole basket full of clams.
Yes, we'll have to see if we can get a repeat of the one and done clams match. It is a similar layout as well, quite long and narrow. It could definitely lend itself to a lockout if they play their cards right.
Yep.
I think we'll also see the strength of the bubbler for this mode. Being able to set that up right underneath the basket will lend itself for a safe jump for clams coming in. Just a safe spot to throw the clams.
Definitely lots of hiding places around, as the walls are definitely high, and you definitely have to double check every spot that you can find around. Make sure there's no one hiding with 7 clams.
I imagine they're going to be sticking with the back line, keeping that charger. But at the same time, I have a feeling that the fake penguins double slosher aggro comp is going to really lend itself for this match.
If they have something mobile to just transport the clams and the sloshings to provide support, that'd probably be the most optimal. And looks like that Junior and the Jet Squelcher, Dearly Squelchers might help just like that.
It's going to be a mad rush to mid right here. Clams are still going to be spawning in, so it's just going to be a bit of a poking, building up the special, and just trying to stay alive for this first match. If you go down a little bit too early, that's just going to open a window for the opposite team to just move right in. If you get of that, there's going to be 2 down on the side of Penguins right here. The bubbler does get popped, but right now Springers are already moving in, taking control of that bridge, and just putting out a whole lot of paint in right near the basket.
Yes, and here we have Booyah Bomb just going off, just to ward them off, not let them regroup to share clams. The Charger just popping off any solo players you can find, and just providing cover support so that the clams could be deposited into the basket.
Already down to 59. This is a good start. They're able to get past that first power clam, but with the 2 members down, that's going to be just going to have to retreat. The Charger's going to be picking up some clams to go, though. It's going to be moseying out the long way, still holding on to that mid area. That's going to allow their teammates to be able to get in rather safely, and they still have a good amount of yellow control.
Yes, the Booyah Bombs just going off one after the other for... Okay, I thought there was 2 of them for some reason. But there's only just 1. Yep. And, well, there's the other one. Just providing support to keep the sprinklers away from the basket as much as they can while they deposit and get the lead.
Yeah, they were able to use that Booyah Bomb to force out the Charger. I think they were able to take it down as well, and that just really opened it up for them. Already down to 33, that's going to be the lead for the Fake Penguins. So now Springers are going to have to come back, but so far the Charger's been doing an excellent job of just putting on the pressure and keeping them from really doing anything too aggressive, or rather play as they would like.
Yes, so far the spectacular football in the middle there, just gaining all the attention that it can. And right now, the bubbler coming out just to protect that spot and keep its attention focused. Maybe getting a push incentive soon. Maybe come back from behind. Unfortunately, it goes down. Not before getting picked up by another teammate and unfortunately a wipeout.
Yeah, there's going to be a wipeout, and they were able to take out the penalty, but weren't able to add enough for any substantial change in the lead.
Yes. But here comes Fake Penguin with their counter push. That football not really doing any favors, it's just highlighting. But it doesn't take. It doesn't matter too much as he does. They do get 2 splats.
Not able to put in too much follow-up, so I was going to give the pity clam to Springers right here. Still in the lead of Fake Penguins, a minute and a half remaining. They can certainly hold on to this and keep that lead, but that was 1 more power clam they just gave to Springers right here.
Yes, I guess it's just a bit of a special build-up, so that, and clam build-up of course, so that they could just, get a few good shots in and take the lead back if they're able to clear the area of enemies. But
Ooh, a nice pick by the duels right there. That is going to be a delayed 3 down with only the Charger remaining once again. So now Fake Penguins are going to be setting up. They don't really have to push at all. They just have to control the clan economy and keep control of the mid area.
It might be best if they drop their own football in a way to just to maximize stealth, as they don't really need the clams anymore.
Possibly. However, they do get a little bit of passive special charge from holding on to the power clam, as the Springers do have a power clam of their own that is going to just basically cancel it out. You got to have the more power clams than your opposing team, but that's going to be Springers opening up the basket, taking the lead in the last 10 seconds, and still going strong. A few more clams in their possession, and they are keeping Penguins out. 2 members down, and that's going to be game.
That was a monumental push. Wow, wow, that was way fast.
They didn't
blew all the expectations.
Yes, they didn't crumple under the pressure. They kept their cool, and they were able to get in right at the last second. They were able to basically take the lead off of that. That's going to keep them in this set.
Yes, it's good that we're able to keep on in this set instead of leading on to the next one. So as we're able to finally see Splat Zone's Scorch Gorge, unfortunately without the Scorch Gorge warriors.
I was thinking the same thing. Nonetheless, I think they having such open space with that charger is going to be helpful for the Springers. They have a good chance of bringing this back, at least for this 4th match.
Yes.
But that being said, I
mhm.
did say that the Penguins had the advantage going into the last match, so I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, they did for a while until they were
Until they didn't.
surprised by a very good push. Um, I guess they were playing the long game a bit too slowly, uh, instead of grabbing every clan that they could and just backing off and playing it safe. But I don't know.
I have to agree with you there. I think giving that power clam in that last push without gaining too many points really was what did the bin like that. They basically they handed them the points that they needed for Springers to get that lead.
Well, I wonder if we'll see any rotations on the weapons, as now it's not so much of a movement point, but so far no. We have the same rollout as earlier.
There's no changes for either side, so they seem to be into the groove of what works for them, so they're going to be sticking with that. But this is going to be a zones match, and quite a large zone at that. It's going to be quite the coordinated push just to get control of the zone.
Massive rock stands in the way of the zone. Otherwise it'd be way too big.
That as well. Springer's going to be getting this first. Oh, the nice double with the Inkzuka. 3 members down for the fake Penguins. So now Springer's going to have a solid control of this first zone flip.
Yes, but it might also just be fake Penguins' plan to give them the zone so that they can charge up their last-ditch effort.
Oh, the mind games. It looks like Springers are playing right into their strategy. Already down to 50 points. They throw the Booyah Bomb, but the Ink Vac sucking up one of them. And so just going to not allow them to put much paint down.
Carefully escaping from the second one. But I don't know if they want to keep the zone as it is, because, well, as much as I appreciate the maximizing of last-ditch effort, still do want to keep the zone relatively away from the enemy's hands.
Yeah, that kind of is the name of the game. They were able to cut it close, already down to 20 points, but they don't have any penalty to get through, so they can, if they are able to hold on to this for the next 50-odd points, they can certainly take that lead.
Yes, and so far they're able to just stay out of sight of the charger, but the Booyah Bomber is definitely going to come on back and stabilize the zone. But luckily, they were able to capture it real quick, thanks to the Junior and the Geely Squelchers.
We're seeing the strength of that double sloshing comp coming in here, and they're just on top of being able to hold the zone with minimal amount of paint. They are able to take that lead by 1 point, but it is in neutral right now, and Springers are able to flip it. But that is, once again, fake Penguins with the lead.
Yep. Very close. Hopefully they can go through their penalty and recapture the lead. I mean, we have plenty of time for that.
Yeah, 2 minutes remaining, they're already down to 20 penalty points, and they only need 2 points to retake the lead, so they're just going to have to watch out for the bubbler and the Booyah Bombs that are currently active. And we see one of them getting thrown out. The Ink Vac able to suck up one of them, just trying to take down the Junior, but right now that zone is strongly contested.
That's that Slosher Machine being able to take out an enemy, and the Slosher Machines are both down, so they're not able to build up their special meter. And it looks like they're able to keep the zone and finally get a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that pick in the corner right there was huge. Able to win that fight was what enabled them to keep the zone and get the knockout right there.
Yep. Very, very well done. Penguins could not get a grip at the zone at the very last moments.
Unfortunately not. It is a match point for both of these teams, with Springers in reverse sweep territory right now. If they're able to take this last match, we will be going to Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market.
There's two routes that you could normally take. The one main and fast, but definitely able to be defended if the team is able to. Or the side route that is a bit longer, but a bit more safer as you're not able to defend too much against it.
Indeed. So, I imagine once again we are getting into quite the fast-moving mode. I know I said this last time on clans, but I have a feeling that the Fink Penguins comp that they've been running is going to lend itself quite well for Rainmaker. I think on top of that, having the double fizzy bomb for the pop, I think you can get a pretty fast pop off of double fizzy.
Definitely able to just control certain areas that the Rainmaker just needs to push towards with the Booyahs, depending on which route they take. Definitely gonna have to have a lot of swim speed up just to plow right through if they want to take the main route.
But I think that being said, they're going to have to take out that charger pretty quickly or pretty early on if they want to make that push, because it's got quite the reach, and it can really stop the Rainmaker in its tracks if they're not careful.
Yep. And it looks like, wait, was it always a charged scope, or was it just a normal charger?
I do not know, actually. I know they've been running vanilla charger this whole time, but I can't remember if they've played scope the entire time or not.
I think it might have been scoped, because I didn't really see too many, holding shots.
That is true, and you do get that nice 10% extra range over the non-scope charger. But that is going to be 3 delayed wipeout on the Springer, so Fake Penguins are going to pretty much get a free pass to this first checkpoint.
Going for the main route. Would have been great to time it with... oh, very daring. That junior just went for the quick skip, but unfortunately got shut down. Looks like the sloshing machine's getting flanked by the Booyah Bomb and someone else, as the main area is now contested. It seems that Springers are going to get their podium as well.
Ooh, yes, there's just a special coming out. That's going to be a delayed 3 down for the Fake Penguins. And the Springers here able to pick it up and get a sizable lead off of that. They are able to make that jump and get it to 30.
Successfully doing the quick skip.
Oh. Quite
Almost getting
slippery
to the
Rainmaker
second
right
podium.
there.
Oh, if only they could pop it and just drive it on up, but probably gonna get bombed to high heaven and getting
They're
sloshed.
certainly going to try, though.
Definitely. I mean, who wouldn't try this? And now we have the survivor of Springers just chilling in the back, regrouping, maybe seeing if he can pick off 1 or 2.
Yeah, the sloshing machine was the last one up, so that is going to effectively end that push. But 3 points, that's gonna require a knockout for Fake Penguins to bring it back.
Last-ditch effort being in full effect now, so hopefully they are able to make all their shots count.
Booyah Bomb's getting charged up. We do see the ink fact though, so they are preparing to play defense. They just basically got to stall out this Rainmaker. The Rainmaker will have a time of its own running out fairly soon if they're able to survive the onslaught of bombs and the charger, but they do not.
Trying to go for the safer side route, but getting out-bombed is definitely a deteriorating factor. And now Sprague is just gonna chill with the trapped Rainmaker. But oh, Soren just going on through, just trying to get those small bits of land that they could just push through. Just trying to do anything that they can do to keep the Rainmaker as it is.
So far, Springer is doing an excellent job of maintaining the defense that they need to keep that lead. And again, they don't need to push ahead because it will require a knockout to pass that lead, and they don't really need to expend the resources to do that at this point in time. Like, if they get a nice wipeout, it can certainly open up the avenue for that, but at this point in time, all they gotta do is stop that Rainmaker.
That triple Trizuka just mowing down the Rainmaker holder, just stopping a potential push. So now they have to potentially just get more specials if they want to contend with the defense that the Spriggers are holding so far. Oh, and trying to get that Rainmaker before it resets. Unfortunately, the timer just went out.
They got 3 specials online. The Booyah Bomb does get thrown right there. They're going to try to go for this right avenue right here, but there's still so much pressure from the Springers keeping them out. They get the pick off the slashing machine.
They
get the pick.
Go, go, go! Oh, so close. So close. If only that vacuum wasn't there to slow down anyone.
Yeah, they got caught in the crossfire between the Inkzuka and the Ink Vac, and 3 members down in the last 20 seconds. That's really not what you want to see.
And Spriga's just being on the podium just to really rub it in. But
that could have been the game right there if that Dualies had gotten that pick. I didn't even see them coming.
Yeah, they were like a ninja in the night, appearing from the blue ink and just attempting to get anything that they can. But unfortunately, it seems that the fake penguins were indeed fake, as Sprigas take home the round.
You know, it was in this match, I finally figured out why they're the fake penguins. Because the members of the real penguins are currently the team Springers. So the secret penguins fight taking on the fake penguins, and they do come out on top.
Very nice, very nice. Well, I guess you'll be seeing the last of us tonight, as we will be handing it over to our other casters for the rest of the rounds. Would you like to, I don't know, tell everyone where they could find you, Ahmed?
Oh, I would love to. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at IMADGamerII. I do quite a bit of Splatoon content, and hopefully some more on the YouTube side in the coming weeks or so. But where can good people find you, Manic?
Oh, I'm on Twitter at Manic Fluffy Cat. I should really change the name, but hey, I love sticking with what I made back then. And on Twitter, on Twitch at manicsplats.twitch.tv. I do Splatoon gaming as well, taking a bit of a hiatus so far, but hopefully I can return later on.
Oh, I'd love to see it. But for now, wish you all farewell. Don't go anywhere. We do have more of this tournament yet to come, but we will be handing it off to our next set of casters. So, I will see you all later.
Bye-bye!
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to longtimers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Paddling Pool. After a short break, we are here with the first winners finals of the day. I am joined by Genie7, the one, the only, and we are watching Springers and Sengkluft Warriors, if I pronounced this correctly, which I have been told is Scorch Gorge Warriors. But unfortunately, we don't see them on Scorch Gorge. We see them on Rainmaker here, on Sturgeon Shipyard. Now, Genie, tell us a little bit more about this team. Tell us a little bit more about what you think is going to happen in this first game of the finals.
Sengkluft Warriors actually had a really good showing this weekend in SAC. They came second, losing to Mango Heckmech. That was a really, really awesome set for SAC that I was able to be on the mic for commentary. But here on Dapple, I'm honestly not super surprised. And seeing Springers here, had to get that one out there for all you Toronto Blue Jays fans out there. Springers are Penguin. This team has had a great showing in the last few Dapple events, so no surprise whatsoever to see them in winners finals as well. Both these teams coming off some good hot streaks, ready to show us what they have on this Rainmaker game. Winners finals, here we go.
Well, let's see if they can continue the hot streak. You see Machine on both teams and a Spat Charger on both teams. Better Shell as well. And the Junior and the Ant is the only different weapon, so most of the teams are pretty much the same. Of course, you see it's the meta, we don't have a lot of weapons yet. So it's expected the first team to pop the Rainmaker is Sengkluft Warriors, who also the first to lose 2 players instantly. As we see Springers instantly getting the Rainmaker and going straight to the first checkpoint on the left, getting that first checkpoint. Now, it's very nice, 2 players still down on Sengkluft Warriors side. Springers is putting up a lot of pressure here. And they're just pushing it again, but they have to wait for the loopers to go down. So, Sengkluft Warriors hopefully have a little bit of time to regroup. But the Booyah Bomb!
He's going to the wrong side and he gets a dunk. Oh my gosh, Springers coming out with a great, extremely fast Rainmaker game.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was fast. They are on a big hot streak. I couldn't even finish. I lost my words. Thank you for just joining quickly. That was insane. Springers They just let the Rainmaker pop, focus on kills, and after they got the kills, they just went for it. They just sent it, didn't give Sengkluft Warriors any moments to breathe, and they just sent it. They dunked it in like 20 seconds. That was crazy.
I'm pretty sure the timer said, like 41 seconds gone, or was it 39? I kind of forget, but they got rid of checkpoint with 28 seconds in the game. 28.
That is fast. That is stupid fast.
For a map like that, that is phenomenal. Luckily, spot zones don't move anywhere. They only move once every 2 or 5 years, depending on your game. You know.
Well, that's hopefully something that Sengkluft Warriors can play with, and hopefully they'll just have a little bit more firepower here. But
that joke went right over your head, bro. I'm sad.
I am so sorry. I mean, I know.
Has this zone moved? Do you remember Splatoon 1?
Ooh, that's a long time. Wasn't it like?
True question. This zone did not move. This zone was a single zone.
I was like thinking, was it on the side? I'm like, no, that was
Moray. And
that was
Port.
Moray had that, yeah, and Port. Yeah, I was thinking of those two. Like, wait, did I? But yeah, no, that zone did not move. Luckily, something inside the zone does move. So
yeah,
sort of a
that's
moving
about
zone.
it. It's
sort of a moving zone. I mean, it would have been kind of fun, actually. It would be like interesting if they had like zones, and then like after a certain time, you know, like sort of checkpoint, it just moves like to somewhere else on the map or splits into 2. That could be.
I don't know. But what we will have is this great game. Snipers are strong here. Big bubblers are great on zone. Anything to really stay alive because it's a firing squad in zone. You will most likely die if you don't have protection.
Yeah, most likely. We see Splash-O-Matic. Ooh, that's my favorite weapon inside of this game, any Splatoon game, honestly. So, happen to see Reza popping that on. Let's see game 2 if Sengkluft Warriors can get a little bit more pressure off Springers. And Springers is going for that zone capture. They're just about to capture it. It's a little bit of ink left, but Sengkluft Warriors finally getting the pressure on as the Splatter Junior. The big brother is put on zone with 1 player down. Gives a little bit of a disadvantage. Now it's a trade. For the Machines also down now, it's to 1-1. So Springers does get the first capture here, but lose it quite quickly after only 6 ticks as Sengkluft Warriors sends in a lot of paint to counter that zone. And now the wave breaker inside of the zone as well. They were hoping to push him, but unfortunately Springers still holding a strong defense and strong offense, capping the zone once again.
Yeah, now we're gonna have to see what Sengkluft Warriors has to get back in. They lost their 2 shooter weapons, close range shooter weapons at the moment. Going up against a Booyah Bomb isn't a big problem, but that Ink Vac can cause difficulties. Ooh, I think that's really bad to lose your E-Liter this early on the splatter shot. The zone keeps ticking, quite quickly. I'm very worried for Sengkluft Warriors, especially when they're going in all 1v1 like this.
Yeah, you have to send in your group because, you know, fighting 1v1 in this game is super difficult, especially when they are fighting 2v1 against you. Sengkluft Warriors now are grouping up, trying to get some special. The junior has the big bubbler ready, but so does the junior of Springers, and there's also the ink, or there's also the special ready from the charger, which I believe is the ink vac, which has been popped out now. They're just waiting for the right moment to start that ink. And big bubbler also in a very defensive spot to protect that ink vac. Shot the Booyah Bomb out as well, but will be enough. With a couple ticks left, they have to neutralize it. And unfortunately, for Sengkluft Warriors, Springers again not coming out straight off 100-0. It took them a little longer to neutralize this, but still very, very clean game from Springers. And Sengkluft Warriors is being put down. They are being put down into their chairs, and it's about to be knocked down to losers finals if they don't group up and get their act together against this crazy team.
I'm a little bit amazed at what Springers are able to be doing right now. They are throttling their opponents. They are just smacking them upside and down with the paint. There's no angles that they let them in through. There isn't any space that they're giving them for free. Every single ounce of ink is being contested, and it's being won by Springers. They're just winning their individual fights, and it's kind of really hard to see. But this is winners finals. You don't usually see this late in the tournament, but if you do, the top team is usually leaps and bounds above everyone else, which isn't something that normally happens for Springers.
No, definitely not. Well, maybe they're just so on fire. They had, you know, like I said, you had their hot streak, and they're just going. You know, like, you know, it's all about the ball starts rolling. You don't want to stop it. It doesn't really stop unless it hits a roadblock, and it does look like that Sengkluft Warriors is not that roadblock. But again, now we're going to Tower Control Ink with Art Academy, a Splatoon 2 cult classic. I don't think it changed at all from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3.
The Tower Control, it doesn't. The only difference that it has is the weapons around it. The tower, I find Tower Control of all the map, like zones, feels different for some reason. Rainmaker has a pedestal, and Clam Blitz feels completely different with the steps being changed from a steps to a ramp. Tower Control, honestly, just less missiles. That's what it really feels like, and less armor. But you have to trade it for Big Bubbler. So pick your poison. I'd pick the Big Bubbler.
Oh, definitely Big Bubbler. You can put it on tower. You can put it on frontal tower. You can put it anywhere really. To set up those defense position. It looks like Sengkluft Warriors is going back to their original comp, as both teams are running the same comp except for the charger being a splat charger against an E leader. Wavebreaker versus Ink Vac. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Sengkluft Warriors, they do have to win this game, or else they will be locked down towards the losers bracket, and they have to fight their way back at it again. It's a 3v3 scenario for both teams. Fingers are on the tower first. You see the junior here trying to get some pain, trying to get some sneaky bomb kills, and not getting any, but they are slowly getting some ink for the special S. They get a spot on cam. Very nicely done, looking out for the flank. It did kill their sniper, I believe, but still, getting a flank was good. It was a good response, because if he could have got a junior, he could have gotten a couple more players.
This is exactly what Sengkluft Warriors need. They've got a 2-up advantage. Want to start pushing this tower halfway to that big bubbler. They should get them. They should be able to get it by the time they're at this second checkpoint, or even for this first, which they will have. They want to confirm the first checkpoint. That would be good, just to get through this first little speed bump. And Springers, they're on the back foot, losing. Remember, they have their own defensive big bubbler, and now here goes their push.
Which has to mean something. It's on the checkpoint, and someone is on it. And unfortunately, it's going back now. They got the checkpoint and they got it to 70, but now in a 2v2 scenario, they have to fall back a little bit and get the defenses up in order to start pushing the tower again. It's in the middle. We see the machine fighting against the junior. The machine from Springers is coming to help. They get the splat on the machine. Unfortunate for Sengkluft Warriors, because with the machine down, a lot of push potential is going up for Springers as they lose their splatter shot. It's a 3v3 scenario, just a 4v3 scenario. It's a scenario. There's the machine going in camp, getting moment, looking for the next one. The next one runs away, and now it's Springers on the tower, going towards the checkpoint and slowly making their way towards the lead.
They have to hold on to this. They want to get it. They pop an Ink Vac and their big bubbler just to get through it. Plus a Jarzuka and a Booyah Bomb. Everything has been thrown onto the table for Springers. They want to make a really big dent in Sengkluft Warriors defense. But they got flanked from behind, and that's not exactly what you need to have happen. No one's on this tower now.
Yeah, this tower needs to be pushed back on. Or back towards the middle for Sengkluft Warriors, but it looks like a big oh no as somebody has disconnected this late in the game. You don't get to replay, you don't get stopped. They have to make it work as a 3v4 scenario. It doesn't look too good for Sengkluft Warriors, and this might just be it as Springers is slowly but surely pushing the tower further and further towards the poor demise of Sengkluft Warriors. Booyabomb coming out, the big bottom to defend against that Booyabomb. Defends quite nicely. But unfortunately, the machine got them anyway without the Booyah Bomb. Suka also going in, getting a splat, and it doesn't look like Sengkluft Warriors is anything in response to this push. His disconnect honestly hurt them so much, as we see Springers here getting the last checkpoint and making their way towards the checkpoint.
We have to look, because that was... No team was below 50, so that is fine. But...
It was like 2.5 minutes in.
It was like 2:58 or 2:59, which is 2 seconds away from being DC, like being able to have it replayed. I think we're only a second or two away from being able to replay that.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
And you have to stop playing.
Yeah, so I was about to say that even so.
The stop playing thing is the thing you have to worry most about, and they didn't stop playing. So realistically, if they want to be nitpicky about the rules, the stopping playing did not happen. So that will be. That should be, unless there is an agreement from the teams. But we will definitely get back to you on that one as soon as we know any information.
We will. I will be holding an eye out on the padding pool captain chat and give you an update as soon as we reach some sort of agreement, as we are discussing it right, or the TOs are discussing it right now. But yeah, that was then again before the disconnect. Sengkluft Warrior definitely showed a little bit more strength compared to the first two games. They had the first push, it was just past the first checkpoint, but after that it took like Sprinklers just again turned it around and just pushed it through and put up so much pressure again to Sengkluft Warriors. Now, from your more analytic skills, what is Sprinklers doing that Sengkluft is not, which is giving them so much more strength?
Truth, but the harsh truth, they're outskilling them. They're out team coordinating them. They're winning their 1v1s. They're winning their 2v2s. They're winning 2v1s. Their specials are... The coordination they have from them is just better. They are getting more value out of each and every one of their specials. The only reason why Sengkluft Warriors has really had any foothold at all at any point in time is like a bomb kill. And half the time, they don't look like the bombs are placed in any particular spot to be followed up on. There isn't any trapping being used with sub-abilities. There isn't any coordination. It just feels like individual pop-off plays. I think they are not used to being in the winners finals. That could be something that we could also be seeing. Because normally, when I see Sengkluft Warriors, they don't play like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a first time for everything, or maybe, you know, you have to get used to it, you know, the pressure. Maybe it's not your day. Before I continue with this conversation, because we will be getting a replay. The teams have decided that they, or the team is in agreement that they want to replay this match, as the disconnect was just on such a vague point that the replay will be happening. So Sengkluft Warriors will give another chance to fight back, and maybe they listen to the feedback that Genie just gave them. You know, play more together, put more coordination. Just don't get outskilled, really.
It sounds like I just named like every single thing under the sun, which is exactly why they are sitting 2-0. They really just need to sit and focus and play smart. Play like it's a team. Play like you're not in winners finals. Play like you're not up against the top seed. Play like you have the rest of the tournament why you got here. Don't get intimidated. Just go out there and play your game. Don't focus on what they're doing. Play your game. When your strengths, when you're playing to your own strengths, it's stronger than when you're playing against your enemy's strengths.
That's very well said, but hopefully they'll have to do it, because, you know, hearing it and looking back at it is one thing, but actually doing it is just another. Cami in chat is one of clicking my Cami in chat literally just said, "Just get good, dash Genie." I mean, fair.
why do you have to bring Cam into the equation? To deal with Cam.
I just wanted to. I don't want to.
Bro, Cam's in on my Valorant duo stream and on not my Valorant duo, but my Valorant duo streams of Splatoon and Salmon Run. I'm just playing open with my homies and the Cam shows up. Bro, it's when I'm commentating, here's Cam. Love when Cam shows up. But it's like you know that mosquito that's in your ear?
Oh no, I know the way.
But it's really big and you can't slap it. That's Cam.
It depends.
Love you, Cam.
It depends on.
I went up to Pro Chara at the Big House, and said, "Hey Chara, I know a really nice person who's a huge fan of you. Can you just make a little video here, shout her out?" So I did, and Cam still's bothering me. I like it. It's funny, but like, why do you gotta bring it on stream,
Dude,
bro?
it's just a fly. It's just a fly in your kitchen, really.
Yep.
It's just like how did you get here? And now it's like, please go away. Don't. You're being exposed, Cammy. You're being exposed, Cam.
No,
You're exposed
I exposed her last week. Yes, but anyway, before we gotta get into this next game. We have everyone back in the lobby. We are hitting the A button, so it should be very quick because everyone will be playing the same weapons that they had. I want to see this tech pause used as a timeout. Get back in your game. You're down 0-2. Here's the thing. This is just winners finals. If you come back and have a strong performance in losers finals, you will be playing the same team again for the tournament win. So use that this time, even though you're down 0-2. Try and get as much information as possible. Try and get a little bit of heat underneath your feet to keep you moving. Because you can't go into that losers finals all sad and depressed. Because if you do that, you're not going to make it out of losers finals. And you can say hello to bronze.
100% well said. Well, let's see if Sengkluft Warriors got it this time again. 4v4 winners finals. Both teams doing the same weapon again, except for the sniper. Let's see if Sengkluft Warriors now this time has the power and the teamwork and now the feedback to win this set. It looks like Spring is a little bit faster in going onto the midpoint, but both teams are quite hesitant to go on it. Yeti going in the middle with the junior, trying to get some splats in. The junior from Sengkluft Warrior get the bump in, but unfortunately getting splatted by Warlock. The splatter shot, waiting for another opportunity to very strike. The junior from Springer also fell down. 2 players from Springer's fallen, so this is a little bit of an opportunity for Sengkluft Warriors to go in as Springers did push their tower towards 88. Not a huge amount, 80 or 98 for Sengkluft Warriors, as they are now on the tower. 2 people on the field.
They gotta push it. They gotta take this advantage. They have an advantage. They fell to the charger. That's unfortunate, and they missed their charger shot on that charger. They had the space, they had the kills, they had the areas that they needed. They needed to push, they needed to take objective and take space. Play with confidence.
Well, that's play with confidence. Look like Rizza getting 2-0 there. Either 2-1 there. You don't want to fight people on your own. The charger now being pressured by the machine, I believe, who is falling back so much. The junior coming in to help them. Will be enough as the Booyah Bomb now also coming out, and the junior pushed in with, or the special pushed in with that charger. Got 2 with a single Inksuka shot. Very, very good shot there from Warlock. And again, the tower in the hands of Springers is being pushed further and further away. Now even 4 people are having a lot of issues to defend it. They have Big Bubbler, they have the Inksuka. The Inksuka is popped. It gets 1. The Big Bubbler gets a huge defense, blocking 2 shots there. In fact, now out there as well, make it so difficult for Sengkluft Warriors to do anything, Genie. What is the chance they are going to stop it?
The flank came through, but that's not going to be enough. Warlock's got the Zuka again. Warlock is a warlord with the Zuka. Has to get up on a tower. Has to not die to that bomb, but falls. Now Cam's going to be last alive. Wait, the jumps are coming in for Springers. All the way down to 8. They have gotten through all the checkpoints. We up bomb at the ready for Cam. Just going to be retreating. Waiting for the rest of the members of Springers to respawn. But the charger. Muko finds a great shot. This pushes far, far, far.
Far from over. It is 8-98, so it's a lot of point difference for Sengkluft Warriors to get back. They are slowly pushing Springers back into the center of the map, so that's good. It gives a little bit of breathing room to get some more ink on the map, to get some specials in. Getting ones with the machine, looking for that next one. It's very good. It's very good between the machine. The Bouillon came out. Kemba also getting splatted. 2 players down for Springers. This is time for Sengkluft Warriors to go in and on the tower and try to push something, because there's a little bit of advantage. People are spread out on Springer's side, but it doesn't look like they're going to do anything. That's Bouillon Bomb comes out. It's a very nice drone, actually. It doesn't get anyone, but gets a huge positioning in one spot again for the machine from Sengkluft, and they're looking for that next one. Cam now also down, and it looked like they're being very laggy on stream. It might... No, that's definitely me, because I am watching your streaming cam. They are very laggy.
Spectator cam's doing a lot of things, but that Booyah Bomb was amazing. Didn't get any kills individually with the Booyah, but it forced positioning, and exactly what they needed. They got the 2 kills from that, forced the Junior around. Now they're through this first checkpoint. They have their big bubbler still up. This looks good for Sengkluft Warriors.
It definitely does look. They got the first checkpoint, now they're looking for the second one. It's ticking down quite slowly. No one on the tower now. There's a lot of people being spotted by Springers, and it doesn't look like they are going to get that second checkpoint. But that was a very good effort. Strongest effort we have seen so far from this team. So hey, that's a little bit of improvement, you know. Even
So much, and this Zuka is going to allow them to have more space as well. Gets 1 kill, needs to get 2, get 3 are down. That is great. Now it's just the Charger. Miko's gone. That's going to be a wipeout. Sengkluft Warriors, this is their time. This is their opportunity. Wave break, big bubbler. How close are they to this Booyah? It should be close. They have it. And I know that Trizuka is a little bit away, but they should be able to get that with the charge of this Booyah. All 4 members of Springers are on the top left. That Booyah Bomb is going to section them off. They don't even have to use their big bubbler to get through this the second check. That's amazing.
yeah, checkpoint is just getting it done there. Now the Booyah on tower, but I don't think it will be doing all too much. The Sengkluft Warriors is really putting the hand down onto Springers. Naives again fighting someone with the machine. Machine against machine. It's a trade, but the trade might just be enough for them to get the lead. The last checkpoint is done, but no one's in tower except for Faith. Faith gets the lead. The Charger coming in with the clutch, and now this game completely turned around on the side of Sengkluft Warriors, and Springers has to do a lot of work now to get it past 3, which essentially it's like a border knocker, but they only have 25 seconds to do it, and it will take around 20 seconds for the tower to even get towards that side. All the specials except for the boom are ready, so that might just be enough to stop it, but at the same time Springers will get specials in. The Springers had the Inksuka activated, but got splatted. And with only 10 seconds left on this clock, they have to do something, and they have to do it fast.
Inkvac has been used already. That is not something that you want. They need to protect this tower. Here comes the members, the specials. Yeti's just there. Yeti's still alive. The last one alive. No, and Warlock can't get on tower. Wow, Sengkluft Warriors. The amazing defense. They were able to stall out the specials from Springers just enough so they could stay alive long enough to jump on tower after some good bomb placements. Wow, their push was electrifying them. That was the awesome part.
You say amazing defense. I wanted to say crazy push. I don't know what they did, but they did it so perfectly. Getting a wipe to start it off, and then just rolling with it. They lost the tower in the initial push, but they got it back so fast. Got the specials in, got the right splats. They're at the right time, and especially Fate, who came in clutch. It that Chargers pushing it on the tower from like what 10 or 15 to 3. That was amazing. And like you said, don't play it as it's the winners finals. Play it like you're just playing a regular team match, and you'll be fine. And that's exactly what they did. They were fine.
They can play that well. They have the skills. They just did not show anything, any ounce of it in the first 2 games. And they, really, to be frank, they didn't show much of it in the first game of Game 3. But in the second game of Game 3, everything fell together. They played phenomenally well on their attack. They had some great pop-off performances. They were winning their engagements, their 2v2s, their 1v1s, special coordination, and they had the heroic plays from Fate. It was Miku versus Fate, Charger v Charger, the last checkpoint. I'm just gonna say it. I don't know who's this Spot Zones game will not. It'll be close, but I feel like a team will run away with it after the 50-point mark. This game will end in a knockout. Mark my word.
Oh, 100%. I can agree with that. Yeah, I mean, it happens a lot of Splat Zones. I think it's just sometimes a bit harder to go in because you actually, you have to, take up like what 75% of the zone, 80% of the zone to completely paint it, and like 40% to neutralize it. So it's yeah, it's a lot easier to hold Splat Zones, I think, especially in Mako Mart, which is I think still one of my favorite maps of all time. But it does have a little bit of a defense issue where defending on it is not super difficult. Attacking is not difficult, but defending on it is definitely.
It's well practiced.
Easier. Yeah, it's
well practiced and well known. We know lots of tricks and tips about it. It's not If you played Splatoon 2 at all, you know Splat Zones make a mark. And it has had a pretty graceful transition in this game. I don't think it's the best map in this game, like it was in Splatoon 2, but it has definitely aged well compared to other maps.
Oh, it definitely stood the test of time. Let's see, a Sengkluft warrior does also stand the test of time on this map as the Eater Fate gets a quick splat on this charger from Springers, and that might just be enough to get the first zone cap. The Junior also going down, and that is indeed enough to get the first zone cap, and with 3 players down for Springers and just Junior alive, it is a very nice early capture for Sengkluft warriors, who are slowly but surely pushing it further. The machine from Riza, I believe, getting another splat on Miku, and that's going to be, or on Knife, I'm sorry, getting a splat on Miku, and that's going to be again annoying for Springers as this zone is already almost past 50.
Trizuka. I was gonna say, they let Warlock live. I was a little bit scared, because that Trizuka is gonna pay dividends for Warlock. And exactly, 2 kills with it, 2 splats, allowing them to get in. Booyah Bomb separated them for a little bit. They fall down. Knives is trying to fight. They get 2. Can they get 3? No, they can't, but they have caught enough damage. They've got to cause enough damage. And now we're already down to 40 points on the clock. This is crazy.
Yeah, poor Junior getting splatted by that machine shot moment getting caught off guard. Warlock getting splatted on Riza, and they're looking for that flank, because maybe getting a flank, getting a couple more splats. It's a 3v3 scenario for both teams. It's a little bit more paint coming on the side of Sengkluft warriors though, and the Wave Breaker might make it a little more annoying for Springers to push in, as this zone is ready at the 25 marker. Springers haven't got a single point on that zone yet. Ixuka's on a moment, but Moment somehow just eats it. Now Warlock getting a spot on Riza with 3 players down for Sengkluft warriors. I don't think they're going to hold the zone any longer. Moment tries their best to hold it, but it doesn't look like they are going to do much, and decide to jump out, saving that big bubble, which is a huge jump, because losing the big bubble might be making it a little bit more difficult in the future to get a counter push in.
Bubbler's not the best special push back in with. It's the best special to, once you're into zone, to really fight on zone. But from where they're stuck right now, it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you get Warlock out of this position. It's not going to help you get Warlock down with this Trizuka at the ready. Warlock gets a good shot off crosslet here. This could be 3 down. Nope, Warlock decides to run in there and fall.
That was definitely not the smartest move here, running into the entire team on your own. You can play the hero sometime, but I don't think you should do it a lot of the times. We see 3 players now alive for Sengkluft warriors. Booyah Bomb and Inkfact coming out for Springers, and this making the push Sengkluft warriors a lot harder than it needs to be. The Inkfact shot being very good. It is the final push, like you said. They have to make it fast. Warlock goes down. The machine also goes down. It is the very good final push as they capture the zone again. Both teams winning in a fat 60 penalty, so you're gonna see at least 1 or 2 more pushes from Springers here, but they have to start attacking, and they have to do a little bit better than they did in the beginning of the game, because they don't have as much time as they did then.
Neither team has too much time on to get there. Yeah, he's popped this big bubble run zone. Both juniors have the bubbles on zone, just fighting and trying to neutralize this zone. That's just gonna be Moment having to jump out, because they were the last alive in that zone for their team. Smart. Sengkluft warriors, they're going to have Wave Breaker. It's going to allow them to like clear out one of the pedestals, which is good, or one of the blocks, which is nice for them. But these charges, they just see each other, and that is dangerous. Every shot could be a kill.
Yeah, could definitely be a kill. It is still in the hands of Springers. Sengkluft warriors doing their best to get it zone in. Both machines are down. Riza having that Inksuka. Warlock goes down, and being one of the strongest players that might be used with the Inkfact shot and the big bubbly here, going in a very good defense on that right stack, as Yeti gets a splat and moves out, but now fighting against Riza. Also gets the fight on Riza. Sengkluft warriors sneakily got that zone capture though, but with 2 players down for Sengkluft warriors and only 1 player down for Springers, it's a little bit easier for them to recapture that zone, or at least neutralize with the Wave Breaker now being onto the zone. They got the spell on knife with the Wave Breaker, I believe, got them back, and that is potentially quite big, because now Sengkluft warriors has an easier time knocking down their penalty 1 tick at a time, and this might just lead them towards a potential game 5.
2 kills. That's perfect from your charger. Finding what you need. Warlock does have this Trizuka. Does see that sniper. Fate is in a little bit of a dangerous spot. Miku is also in a dangerous spot. Pop that back. Goes down. Cam's gone as well. 2 seconds left. Now we have just no penalty. Wipeout. And that's going to be game. Sengkluft warriors taking this to game 5.
I honestly, I thought that you said this game would be over after the 50 mark.
Yeah, I did too.
I genuinely, as you said it, I was like, yeah, you know, it's fair, it happens a lot. But this is why we say this map is well practiced by the community. It's to the test of time, because this match was amazing. A very good back and forth match, and somehow Sengkluft warriors taking this to game 5, showing their raw strength that they were hiding. Maybe it was just all a trick, a big conspiracy theory, like, oh, we just lose 3 games in a row with a disconnect once, and then we just roll back, start firing. I don't believe that's the case. It will be a funny it's a funny conspiracy theory. But Sengkluft Warriors, they are at it. They are definitely at it.
Where's everybody going? I'm confused. Anyway, we got members of Springers all dipping out of the lobby. I don't think they know that there's a game 5 coming.
I think,
But
I
just
think they're
good-
complaining
good-
about lag.
Oh,
Which is ironic because Battling Pool doesn't have lag rules. Because European internet is very difficult to regulate because a lot of people in Europe have very bad internet because old infrastructure. So this might take a little while.
lag of any form or of latency will not be punished. That's in the rules. So they can protest all they want. If they take 5 minutes, get your timers out, people. Get your timers out. If this hits X45, we will have a
Sengkluft.
winner in a reverse sweep due to a protest.
That would be very funny.
That would be hilarious. I
would
was
be
gonna
hilarious.
talk. I want to talk about moment, but I also want to talk about momentum. The momentum is gone. Springers have none. They have 0. They're protesting right now. They are protesting in the middle of a set. What is that doing to their mental? What?
Yeah.
What does that do? Can you tell me?
So a lot of, and it sounds stupid, but a lot of competitive sporting is actually like, it's like half of your tournament is like actually playing, or like, yeah, it's like half will be actually playing, and a lot of the times in you know, any competitive game, half would be enough. But the other half sometimes is playing the political game of protesting, and you know, if you have something that you can protest about and that is something that might be valid, you always worth protesting. As much as I especially disagree, you know, with the current protest, with like, oh, they're complaining about lag and it's unplayable. I mean, yeah, it's a valid point, and a host switch is, you know, maybe required or requested. That is fine. That is also allowed. You know, it is fair. But you know, if they're still complaining about it afterwards, then yeah, it's not in the rules.
No.
It's you know, it's something. It's more of a European thing, because a lot of you know, internet here is a lot of the infrastructure here is quite old. So modernizing your internet requires a lot more effort than, you know, the newer stuff that the other half of the world is used to. And even then, you know, you still have to afford fast, good, stable internet. You know, you have to be in a room with like good Wi-Fi or have a cable towards, you know, your Nintendo Switch or your computer or whatever you decide to play Splatoon on. I saw people playing on PC via some kind of cracky emulator, but still you have to, you know, get good internet towards your play. So stuff like that, it's sort of playing the political game of trying to gain an advantage like this in terms of a host switch.
They could have ended this game if they didn't go to a gentleman's agreement.
They could have done it, yeah. So it's kind of up to them.
That's what's hilarious to me about this.
Yeah.
They knew they DC'd. If somebody DCs, you usually have lag problem. End of sentence.
Yeah,
they could have said, no, we're okay, we'll play through the lag. Because they didn't, Sengkluft Forest, they didn't stop playing. Their DC happened after the 3-minute mark. There was two options that Springers could have taken. They could have taken 2 easy ways out. And for a DC, that makes sense. Then again, whatever Sengkluft Warriors did in that timeout, the tech pause timeout, they went crazy. They went absolutely crazy, and here we are in Game 5. Unfortunately, we aren't here in Game 5, and I really want to see Clamblitz mincemeat. Why? Because you just don't see Clamblitz mincemeat anymore. It irks me. It makes me so mad. It's a map that plays differently than the high-action, high-intensity Splatoon game. But, oh no, because it's not Mako Mart Splat Zone's high explosion, high kills, quick knockouts, people tend to go away from it. It had a bad do you remember the tournament in PAX West tournament,
Oh,
the
yeah.
North American Champions, the invitational thing to hype up Splatoon 3? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Do you remember how long it took them to win the mincemeat game?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was the first time any of us saw mincemeat climblets, and that's what everyone remembers. And it's unfortunate because I'm like, that's such a cool thing. Then again, I am me. I like to play Port Mackerel in Splatoon 1 on spot zones where the mode usually ended 99 to 100 because one team finally capped the zone after about 3 minutes of overtime. But I like the slow pace. I like the brawly methodical style. That's what I kind of like. I like spamming. I see him in the chat. I like spamming my burst bombs from a distance. I learn from the best.
Yeah, I mean, I think people just want to have all the hype and it's like, oh yeah, look at me go, and it's also like, it's a team game, and I think brawly kind of team games generally stand the test of time a little bit better because the hype, in my opinion, the initial hype wears off quite quickly because it's a super fast explosion game, but the long-term hype, it feels so much more as an achievement to finally win that long brawl game than just swept towards the entire team. I think stuff like that, because I play.
It's a different pace to this game.
Yeah, but I play other stuff as well. I think a good example for this is Team Fortress 2. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but you have the game where you have 5 control points and you have to score all 5 to win the game. Those games, they can easily last up to like 15-20 minutes. But finally winning that game, you're like, it just feels so good. Especially when you cap the last point, so it just feels so good. And that hype, that's something that's so much more fueling than just the quick boom bam explosion. That's slower maps.
Yeah, well, I like the explosion. Both of them
too.
have equal parts in the game, as we have the wrong map selected. Both I find both parts are equal in this game. As we go a little bit off topic, as we are going to be resetting the game, as we have both teams in here, so we will be playing our third game. It's just, I like the fast explosive style of Splatoon. It's fun, but it's also fun to play the game in a slow methodical style. But we just don't see that because everyone wants to practice and play one style. They want to be good at one style. But that's where I'm over here like, sure, it took me a little longer than everyone else to get to S plus 50, but that's because I'm level 40 in table turf because I enjoy table turf, or because I want to play single player. I don't know. For me, I enjoy watching Splatoon being played in all of its different ways, not necessarily spot zones every single day, and watching 2 shooters or 3 shooters and a sniper knock out zones as fast as possible. It is fun. Don't get me wrong. It's really fun seeing those games happen, those tournaments happen. But just not seeing the other aspects of the game makes seeing those like zones only things a little bit less exciting. Speaking of zones only, we do have not this Friday, but the next Friday we have a Triton Cup, which is why I like it. It's not every week; it's every 2 weeks.
I also have another. We also have another battling zones only soon in I think 3 weeks. In 3 weeks time we have battling pool 190. So, 190 battling pools. We are far in this weekly. This has been running for what, early Splatoon 2, late Splatoon 1, something like that.
I believe we are.
No, it's like middle Splatoon 2.
Majora, that was the right map, even though it said Mako. Okay. We are just making sure we got the right maps here. Yeah, Climblets mincemeat. It said Mako.
Yeah, it's a Mako for me too.
It said Mako, and we loaded in the game and it was mincemeat. Okay. I'm amazed at what's happening with this game.
Yes,
all right.
It's a,
Sure.
It's a little
Sometimes I'm like, you know what? We can just play through the directions, and I can commentate through the directions. But when it says one map and it's a different map, it's kind of crazy.
That's when the game gets quirky, and that's where we need to stop. That's when you're like, that's enough internet for me. I'm going back to bed.
Back to bed.
Back to bed. Technically, you go back to bed every day. You know, you get out of it, and then at the end of the day, you just go back. Do you really ever think about that? You know what I think about? Start of this game.
You think about starting this game?
I generally think about starting this Clam Blitz game. Game 5 to win its finals. That's something I am thinking about right now. Because I want to see some hype, slow pacing of this map mode. Clam Blitz on Mincemeat. Let's see if Sengkluft can get their reverse sweep in. Let's see if Sprinklers can make it back towards their streak that they had earlier and get game number 3 to win this winners finals. Let's get into it. We see Springers getting a little bit deeper into the middle part than Sengkluft is. Sengkluft also knives quite quickly towards to Warlock, I believe, who's just going in, trying to get some clans, trying to get special in. Warlock with against special being so incredibly strong, especially when they get their Inksuka. It is almost like it's game over. The Inksuka is also now charged, but it doesn't look like they're going to use it straight away because they have to wait. They don't want to wait for something to happen. They got the Inksuka now, trying to get some splats in, but a very, very close call by Riza. Almost getting splatted, and 2 players down for Sengkluft and 1 player down for Springers. This is a good time for Springers to go in, get some clamps and get some splats, but it doesn't look like they have the opportunity now.
They do not. They've got somebody underneath. They've got some people like, trying to protect their own basket. There isn't really a good opportunity because it's hard. It's so dang hard to get across that gridding. If you don't have your infected ready and then your big bubble to follow it up, it's so dang hard. It feels like you're playing. There's just a really the Muscle Forge combos, which is I love that.
Oh, that was slow. Like that was slow as hell. They finally get the basket open, Springers, and they get a couple clams in, but don't hold too much. It's only at 77. The second clam is on the way, jumping in right now from the charger. It is close enough to get it towards 50. And other people are jumping in. They get a couple clams in. And they're getting it to 48. That's not a humongous push. That's a very respectable first push because that puts a lot of pressure on Sengkluft, even if Springers has a very, very good bounty now of 26. It's also something they can easily negate with 1 power clam and 2 normal clams, of course. You know, the first push is always the one where you want to score because that's the one push where you get 20 points for throwing it in instead of an effective 10.
Yeah, now, all the way down to 48 on this map is good, but the clams can really be stockpiled before your push. So it's not, on most maps I'd say, oh, that's a really good push because they're so explosive. It's a good push, but it's so explosive. As that Booyah Bomb just gets sucked up by the Ink Vac. Beautiful. Mwah.
We love Ink Vac. It's it's very annoying to play against, but if it sucks, it's like Booyah Bomb, Ink Zuka shot. It is always amazing to see a wipeout on the side of Sengkluft. Springers again coming in hot with another push. They had to power clam ready, and their penalty is already almost gone. Only 6 left. They got it on, and now they're pushing it again. Getting it to 33, but they're still slowly going. 6 clams coming in straight away with a bomb. I believe, or it was Fate. Quickly shot down that player who jumped in with all those clams, and that's going to stop the push from Springers. That was a very, very strong effort from Springers. It's 2 players fighting against Junior. I don't think it's going to last too long. Great stall. Warlock also getting a little bit of a fight with the same 2 players, but I don't think they're going to win that 2v1. You shouldn't go into that fight. With 2 players down, Sengkluft might have a little bit of an opportunity with a very good defense from Cam and Miku preventing any kind of push happening.
Ooh, now that Ink Vac won't be finding anyone. I thought it was gonna be good, but it moves a little bit slow and the shot wasn't big enough. As Cam does fall. Ooh, now both teams are just trying to scrap out in mid. This mid is so dang neutral. Now with that Booyah Bomb, trying to find space, running it down mid here with the machine. Tries to find Warlock, gets the direct, gets the follow up, sees Yeti as well. Yeti pops that big bubbler. Are they able to find it? And yes, they will. Are they gonna find Cam? Not quite, as they're gonna be sniped out by Miku. Great defense so far by Springers.
Springers definitely holding up their own, and it's showing why they won the first 2 games quite easily, and effectively the third game as well after the replay. Getting a nice blood on Riza, 2 players down, 4 Sengkluft. Springers are looking to get another push, and they have a lot of clams in their hands. And it can be enough for a power clam, and it definitely will be enough for a power clam. 12 clams in the hands, and the power clam is ready by Warlock. Throws it down to middle to Yeti. Now they're just waiting for an opening. Fate being purged by a lot of bombs. Moment. Big push towards the middle. Booyam coming out towards the power clam. Moment with that bubbler trying to protect themselves against the charger. Now looking for the flank on Yeti. Can they get the flank? Yes, they can. Moment with a very huge flank on that power clam. Warlock trying to grab it, but unfortunately Nace was there to protect their basket towards the power clam, and a very good defense from Sengkluft preventing the big push that Springers had planned.
Springers, the same thing. They put Warlock on that right side where the sponge is. They pop that Zuka, they have the big bubbler and the Booyah Bomb ready to go in, and that's as soon as Warlock finds a shot with that Trizuka, that's their opportunity. They didn't pop their ink back this time, and that's why they didn't get their power climb in. They have this map practiced down to a T. There's a formula that can be stopped, but now it's not the time for them to be stopped. It's the time for them to stop Sengkluft Warriors.
Sengkluft Warriors do have to make a ginormous boost though, from 100 to 29, which is definitely an achievement. Both Inkfacts coming out, and the Inkfact shot getting eaten by the other Inkfact. Huge moment, get the power clamp in, and now Knaves coming with a lot of clamps. Already have it to 62. Knaves coming out with the Booyah Bomb as well. More clamps on the way. 56 is the current score, but I don't think it will be enough. They only have half the time to get clamps in the basket. They have some of the clamps, but they have to do it fast, and unfortunately they could not do it. At a very good push attempt, a lot of splats coming out there. Sengkluft Warriors just did not have the raw strength to get it all the way to 30. And with that, Springer, in a little bit of a controversial break, and a little bit of a controversial set, wins the winners finals, moving on to grands, and Sengkluft Warriors having to fight their way back to the lower bracket.
We might have had a little bit of controversy in the later half of that set, even in the middle, but it was still a really good set. Let's be happy with there. This was looking to be a 3-0 stomp. And that Clown Blitz game, yes, it was slow, but it was tight at the end there. We were really close. Sengkluft Warriors, they did break through the defense of Springers, which looked to be pretty impenetrable through the first 5 minutes, but it wasn't. Now they're gonna have to go for the longer road to get the grands and the longer road to win the tournament, because they're gonna, if they want to win this, they're gonna have to force a bracket reset. With that, Hat, I believe we will be headed to the loser side. I know we are.
We're definitely going towards that loser side. We have a losers round 6. It just finished up, or maybe a little earlier. I looked at it now. It finished up. Arkunir Burger won 2-0 against Miklan.
Oh my goodness.
Miklan Heroes.
Miklan's gone.
That's impressive.
That is impressive.
And we have Fake Penguins now up against Bonne. I'm gonna say Bonne because it sounds French. I don't think it might have started. I think it started because they're not replying quite quickly into the packing pool captain's chat. It just been confirmed by Bonne Boba, or by Soda Boba, that it is 2-1 for them as well. So that means that Bonne also moves on towards losers round 7, which means it will be Bonne against Arkunir Burger.
All right, well that will be our round 7, and that will be ready. So we should have the lobby up ready for you after these messages.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to Battling Pool by Dapple Productions. My name is Head. I am joined once again by Genie7. We are looking at losers round number 7. Arkunir Burger against Bonne Question. Arkunir Burger just beat McMahon Heroes 2-0, and Bonne Question just won 2-1 from Fake Penguin. And without further ado, let's just get right into this game of Clan Blitz Surgeon Shipyard. Genie, what do you think?
I think it's going to be a great scrap of a map. We got 3 shooters and a sniper versus the triple slosher burger comp. This is a staple from the burger comp that they've been running today in this tournament, and it's beautiful. I think it's going to actually pay really good dividends on this map. I feel like they can take this one quite easily.
I think the 2 sloshers, I think, are not super underrated in this game, but they are proven to be quite easy and quite strong, as they do lose 2 players though to Bonne Question, but they have a power climb at the ready, and they sneakily throw it, but they miss! They throw it too low! That's so unfortunate, because that could have been an amazing, funny, it could have been, well, not amazing, but it could have been a very funny start, but Turk just throw the basket. That's so unfortunate. Bonne Question now, which that actually has a very easy opening to get some clams in with only 6. That's not enough to get a power clam in, so it looks like we're sort of restarting towards the start of the match, but still, that was unfortunate.
One Trizuka, Sky isn't able to land that shot. It's not known, that special is not known to be very great at extremely close ranges.
It's not exhaust Splatoon Bonne Inkzuka. You gotta remember that it has a little bit of an arch and it's only 3 shots, so you gotta be a bit more precise with it. But still, none of the teams within the first minute have scored. None of the teams have made a lot of progress. But we have 10 clams on the side of Bonne Question. Make that 6 as one gets splattered. Ink Strike now coming out to the middle. Crab Tank on the right side of the map. Trying to get some splat, trying to get anything done, but it doesn't look like getting anything. It's 3v3 scenario. Philstan does get splattered though by that Crab Tank at the last explosion. That's very nice actually, but I don't think it will be enough as Arkunir Burger is preparing their first push without any power clams. What's the point?
They have 1 clam to their name and 2 members. One of them is coming back from spawn. Ooh, the Expo does find a member that is pushing them down, trying to create space, cause great spacing with the Expo. Takes out Soto on that junior. Finding space and doing good spacing is everything that an Exposure does. It's both of that chip damage. So far, they've been showing off that they know the ideal spacing for it, and they're trying to find that charger.
They have to get some stuff in. The charger getting split is very nice, even if they lost the X-Plusher. They still only have 1 power clamp though, but Bonne Question is 0, so with that they do have a little bit of an advantage. They have both teams have some power clamps now, but still nowhere near enough to get a power clamp ready. And almost with the halfway of the map, one of these teams slowly have to start scoring points, but with everyone's getting splattered left and right, it's not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon though. We see 10 clams, 12 clams in the hands of Bonne Question. They have 1-man advantage, so they're coming in with that power clam. Gets the big bubbler ready, but instead of throwing it, instead of throwing out a big bubbler, they should have thrown a power clam, because after they're throwing out a big bubbler, they get splattered anyway. The power clam is in the hands of someone, but still, they could have opened the push there.
They could have. Now they have Trizuka, Crab, good entry points for Bonne Question. They've got to watch out. Those sloshers are doing the damage that they do, and 3 down, just going to be the E-literal 5. Are they going to jump out with that power climb? No, they throw it down, and they're running back. You can remember, you can jump back with power climb. Here goes Burger though. They've got their clams. They've got some numbers. They have the clam spawn. Booyah Bomb coming out, causing a lot of space. Bonne Question looking for their way back in. They got Wave Breaker out. They've got specials out. But they are falling. Can Phil get more clams in? And they can.
Very good from Phil getting 1 more clam in, or a couple more clams in, just to hold it back a little longer. Loa now coming in towards the middle with an X-Plusher. Gets 1 splat. Will be enough. Yes, it will be enough to get more clams in. They pushed it to 26. I thought it was going to happen because Explosion is so slow with splatting, but still, getting it to 26 is enough. And someone again flanking. It's K getting more splats in, or more clams in, with that machine and pushing it to 17. And they're still not done yet. Philstat is still there. Gets another power coming. It's at 40 now. It looks like it finally stopped, but that's a huge boost from Arkunir Burger that Bonne Question has no idea how to respond to. And with only about a minute left on the clock, a little bit longer, 1 minute and 10 seconds to be precise, Bonne Question have to make some power moves here in order to keep up, but 14 is going to be difficult to counter.
It's going to be so difficult. I know that they can get back in, but 14 in 1 minute, that's realistically, if they get a push going right here, right now, they'll have 2. But if there's only 30 seconds left, there's only 1 push. And with these, if the sloshers respawn, the amount of chip damage that they cause, it'll be difficult for them. They have to get these kills. They have to almost get a wipeout. And they're really darn close to getting it.
They are darn close, but they're not really synchronized enough to get the power clamps in. They finally have one in, but it's a lot longer than they wanted it to be. And then only 30 seconds left on the clock, and the power clamp already at half. They are slowly going back though, but everyone from Arkunir Burger is alive, trying to defend, and Soda being splattered. It's just the E-Leader on the map from Zo, and I don't think they're going to do all too much here. Trying to get a splat with the Wavebreaker, trying to get some pressure, but they have 50 seconds to get a power clamp, get it all the way towards the enemy basket, and start pushing that damn basket open. With the Booyah Bomb now there as well. So being caught out, did survive, but getting splattered by the machine anyway from K. And now they have a lot of stuff everywhere. They left a lot of splats. They have a power clamp, but they have to now start pushing it. The only one alive is the Explosion. Low is now being splattered. This looks like the golden opening.
Go.
They actually have to do it.
They get it in. They have the basket open. They have no clams to make that 3. Their Soda's going to be popping them in with that big bubbler, and the crab has to watch out though because the sloshers are back. They're here. They're causing chip damage. 2 down. Now it's going to be, I believe it's a Trizuka coming out. Either needs to get some clams in. They fall. There's the Trizuka. Can Sky get anything in? They get 1 in just for a little bit of stall. The Splash is here back. No, can they get it? Anything? No, they can't. That will be game. Arkunir Burger comes up with game number 1.
That push to 14 was amazing. It took quite a long time to actually open the basket. Once they opened it, they held it open. Also, shoutouts to Aloha getting that splat on the spinner with that Explosion. And then I thought they would have made it, and somehow making it, getting a 1 or like maybe 1 or 2 power clamps in just to hold it open a little bit longer, and Philstan as well, also holding it open twice. That is the teamwork you want to see. That triple slosher comp for some reason is so incredibly strong, but their team game, the way they're moving, the way they're pushing in, I think that's even stronger.
It was the slosher comp though. I'm a little bit more worried. Surgeon isn't necessarily is actually a good map. I feel a good map. You can get away with triple slosher. I'm not confident in Hagglefish. It's a little bit. It's flat. It's open, but you could easily just get rushed down by the shooters if you're the machine or the slosher. You can get some chip damage and kills, and especially with the Explosion, they can get good chip. But E-Leader just beats you, and the shooter's kind of. I feel like just in the flat zone, which is Hagglefish, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult. Not just a little bit, a lot more.
That's definitely going to be a lot more difficult, and I think they're going to change it up a little bit, just to be more, be a bit more safe, and just not be rushed down. But still, maybe they can surprise you. We've seen a lot of surprises from Splatoon 2 so far. I mean, the meta has shifted a little bit. The meta has been shifting towards the start, towards where we are now. That's been like what 2-3 different metas that we've had so far, and a lot of surprises coming along the way from a lot of people with a lot of different weapons and abilities. So maybe Burger can surprise us. Maybe we haven't seen him play yet here a lot. We only seen him win 1 game now, so let's see how they bring splats in, because sloshers do paint a lot. Not as much shooter, they can still paint a lot, and they are annoying to fight at range. Because if the slosh at their optimal range, it is annoying to fight them.
Yeah, that's what they're good at. They're good at keeping that space, keeping that. They are good, and they are accurate. The sloshers are accurate, which is something that is nice about them. Okay, here we go. Final question. They need to win this game to stay in the map. We have gone down just to 2 sloshers. I like that. Double slosher, junior sniper. I feel like this is a comp that can really, really, really contest one of Question's comp on this map.
Definitely, the E-Leader has so much open field to go and fight people, and it starts off with instinct, a pick on the junior, and whoever's on the right there, and the splats also being a little bit of an annoying spot. They got out Sky, but still that could have been a lot different with the 52. They put down the wall, but the ball instantly getting shredded by the sloshers. They got the splat on the machine though, which is decent, but still a zone in the hands of Arkunir Burger now, and it looks like they are going to start their first proper push. One question, another 4 points, but we're not going to count that.
Yeah, two members down, zone being in control. This should be good for them. They have to watch out. Wavebreaker is out, so that's only going to get 1 pulse before it's gone. We're going to see a Booyah Bomb coming out as well now. Has to watch out. The Gal is trying to go in the left, but the zone will be flipped. Zuka trying to find some space, doesn't find what it wants to. They lose their junior as well on the side of Bonne Question. Not something that you can do to really... You need to have your junior alive to hold on to that zone.
You definitely do. A lot of stuff's coming out in the zone. They lost the lead, but not by too much. But the zone again, it wasn't as Arkunir. It was neutralized. It is being kept for Bonne Question. Charger getting splattered, unfortunately, by the Killer Wheel 5.1. That's a little bit embarrassing. It's sort of like being splattered by Stinger, where you're just standing there. And now Bonne Question holding onto the zone with the big bubbler, with the wave breaker, getting a lot of splats, and only the Charger being alive and low. It's going to be quite some time before Arkunir can finally push in. He gets splats, and even Aloha getting splattered in a 1v1 against the other Charger. That's going to be even more time for Arkunir to actually start pushing in, and they have to make it happen because there's only 39 ticks left for Bonne Question to get a knockout.
Yeah, Aloha needs to find a snipe here. They need to help their front line. Their front line is completely gone. This is a long map. I don't feel like they know that Sky's on the right side as well. Arkunir, it's going to be difficult. Sky does fall. They get the sniper as well. They have to rush zone them. They have to.
They have to rush zone indeed, but I don't think they're going to make it with just a Charger on that zone. It's not looking like going to be enough on Bonne Question, getting game number 2 with a fairly clean knockout. But after they've lost it, Arkunir did not know how to respond to... So I lost my words.
To Bonne Question zone cap?
They know how to respond to Sky, especially flanking. Because that took out so many people. That did so much damage. Although also losing a charge in 1v1 cost them even more time. And that's going to push it towards game number 3, which will be Rainmaker on Eel 2 Alleyway.
I normally, like, losing a 1v1 isn't massive against, like, a specific weapon. There are some that are really crucial. Like, 2 juniors on zone, painting zone. If they're both painting, the junior that wins in the junior 1v1 gets all that free paint and doesn't have to worry about the other team's junior. That's a great weapon 1v1 that you see. The Charger one is also one that's very often highlighted and prominent. On a map like that that's so open, the only thing that's really going to contest the other Charger, is if your front line doesn't have specials ready, is your own Charger. When you lose your Charger, first of all, if you have respawn, if both Chargers have respawn Punisher, it's not the normal... Let me pull up Sendu ink thingy right here for me. It's not the usual 7.5 second respawn time. You're looking at a 9.5 second respawn time.
That's long.
You notice it, and it hurts when you lose a Charger 1v1 with respawn Punisher, because you see their gear for that long, and you know that you have let your team down. That space won't be able to be reclaimed, and that can really be bumped to 10 seconds because you have to respawn and then move back to mid again, which can even be like exponentially increased from that.
That could be like 12, 13 seconds easy.
And in a Spot Zones game, ticks don't happen in actual seconds. They're faster. So that's like 20 ticks off the clock every time you lose that Charger 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying. See, Eel 2 Alleyway, also quite a long map. It does have more cover. It's not as open, it's still quite long. Rainmaker here. Let's see if Arkunir has the power like they had in the first game. They're running 2 slashers now, but instead of a normal slasher, a tri-slasher and a Splashomatic. With Crab Tank can be annoying. Soda running that ends up with a Coke dispenser. Charger first going down, Machine also going down, 3v3 scenario. It looks like the Rainmaker has been popped by Bonne Question, but Arkunir has different plans as they are on their way to get some splats in and try to gain some more ground in order to push Bonne Question back.
Both teams have 3 bombs at their disposal. The difference being the Splash Wall versus Toxic Mist. Toxic Mist can actually have a lot of value on slowing them down and key opportunity. But Phil is going to be flanked from behind and from the front, going to be taken down. Just a little left to try and stop this Rainmaker, and they will fall. Wait, the Splash comes in from behind to stop them from really getting that dunk, and that's going to be massive because both the Machine and the Slasher are here ready to defend.
Noah had a great flanking set there. That's gonna take a lot of time off Arkunir's hand and a good amount of time for Bonne Question to actually respawn, get the splats in what they need, and get some stuff. They do have the Rainmaker down towards that pedestal, and that's still used because the push is still going. But Arkunir is fighting, going back, trying to get some ring, trying to get some ground, trying to get some momentum in this game going to pop the Rainmaker. They're waiting to reset. Inksuka coming out. Soda now pushing him with an answer, trying to grab and stall it. Somebody grabbed the Rainmaker. It was Sky with a big flank. 3 players down. Grabbed the Rainmaker, dunked on the pedestal. Grabs it again and still going. It's the last player stuck with the Inksuka. And I don't think they're going to reach it in time. It's a wipeout on Bonne Question's side, but they push to 21. And Arkunir Burger hasn't even got the Rainmaker back to mid yet.
It's past that orange, the pink cushion. That pink cushion is a mini checkpoint because it defends against the defenders, and they got the Rainmaker around it. So you can't just ram your face into that pink cushion if you're Arkunir Burger. That is a massive 21-point lead for Bonne Question.
It definitely is. Arkunir Burger is finally pushing out a 2v3 scenario, but effectively 2v1 because the Rainmaker in the hands of Aloha. It does look like they can make it towards the basket. It's Sky there, waiting there. Noah didn't see them in time, and that's so unfortunate. Or sorry, Phil didn't see them in time. That's so unfortunate. They got the splat on Sky. They grabbed the Rainmaker again, and they're getting into the pedestal. But unfortunately, somebody, I don't know who, said no towards Sack. Okay, now they have to pop the Rainmaker again, but no one on the right throwing bombs, and the Charger also having a good eye on that Rainmaker, and it doesn't look like it's gonna move anywhere. And now also the Inksuka coming out to just defend it and prevent it from being picked up.
Drinks are ready, but nobody's gonna be able to stop that Rainmaker. Ink back combination of the Rainmaker going, perfect setup. Now that checkpoint is gone, this is a classic Splatoon Rainmaker game, and anyone can take it. Pop for either team here would be huge.
Yeah, definitely. If Arkunir Burger pops it, they have a good amount of ground to push it. If Bonne Question pops it, it's a good amount of defense. They have a low, and now grabs the Rainmaker, the Ink Fact coming out. But that might have been unfortunate because they can get the lead here. It's 22, but just did not push it far enough past the cushion. It is now in the hands of Bonne Question, who are going to easily pop it. It's in an unplayable area. It's been grabbed by Bonne Question, but Arkunir Burger make quick work of it. And now there's only one person to pop the Rainmaker against the 3 from Arkunir Burger. Booyah Bomb from Kev is ready. They get the spell on Noah. They can hopefully get one on the Rainmaker to get it back into their hands. It's going in a very unfortunate spot. It is, I believe, just by the 21 mark. But if they pop it now, they can easily get the lead.
They had to go right to reset it. They didn't. The Ink Fact didn't pop. That's going to protect Philstone and getting this huge lead with 1:30 remaining. Arkunir Burger comes up clutch, taking Bonne Question's mistake of trying to reset the Rainmaker on the left side when they had right side completely under their control. All of Roof, all of Pigeon was theirs, and they decided to go left.
That is a huge pressure mistake, and that's going to cost them quite a bit of time because losing a lead now, the 15 is even bigger than 21, and with only a minute left on the clock, it's not a whole lot of time to work with. 2 players from Arkunir Burger do fall though against the 1 from Bonne Question, so they have a good opportunity to push in. Now Kek with that Booyah Bomb on the Rainmaker is making quick work from even if they fall now. Getting the Rainmaker popped, or getting the Rainmaker splattered is huge for the time gain. Philston now with that Inksuka, with Fortune having a fight off Noah. The Rainmaker again being splattered in a very unfortunate position for Bonne Question, but they get the splats, they get the lead, they are on the pedestal, just not the knockout one. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, Bonne Question quickly turn this game around. Arkunir Burger now have to knock out to have a chance of winning. And I don't think it's gonna happen, but you never know in Splatoon because anything can happen in the last 10 seconds of this game. The Rainmaker is grabbed, but with that, if they get it past the one or past an overtime, they cannot drop it. And with the Rainmaker also being on a limited timer, it's not a whole lot of time before you can get it done. It's about half of overtime now. 30 ticks left on the Rainmaker timer. That don't think with all the stuff going on, they're not going to do it. And with that, Bonne Question in a very spectacular late game fashion wins this set. It moves on towards losers finals against Sengkluft Warriors.
Oh my goodness. The 1 point, the Rainmaker game, going back and forth for both teams. I thought it was over for Bonne Question when they took the Rainmaker and dropped it perfectly in Burger's hand. But they proved everybody wrong with a massive double kill off of a Rainmaker pop.
That was insane.
That was it.
That was definitely, and also getting it, like, not even just getting the lead, getting it to 1 as well, which is, I think, okay, I genuinely believe losing to like 99 is worse than losing a knockout. Like 100%, because then you, especially in Rainmaker, you know you can only win to knockout. So winning feels amazing, but losing it's like, oh, just knocked out, honestly. at that point, especially that late in the game. But again, it's also a bit of hope. You know, you can still win it. Like at that point, you can still win it, and I genuinely believe that Arkunir Burger tried, but it's just so difficult. Ilto Alley is so good to defend. It is so easy to defend that map. But both teams had amazing pushes.
Yeah, it's a unique map in its length and its uninkable spots and its right side. I feel like its Rainmaker is quite honestly fun, and it reminds me of some Splatoon 1 and 2 Rainmaker maps that were fun and unique. And it's got nice little checkpoints of like banging your head into the wall and good defenses for both attacking and defending, but it's very snowbally. If you can snowball those kills, it's really, really difficult for you to like, even find the space that you need to get back in or stop the Rainmaker. It can be very chaotic. And speaking of chaotic, I was gonna say, do we have to go to break? No, we don't have to go to break. We're going to have this next match ready for you. And Hat, let's give Dapple a shout out. We gotta get people following more of these tournaments.
We really do. What does Dapple do? That's a good question. It's not the
You're
question
the
you
one.
asked.
You're the one with the higher rankings than me, Dapple. You should know this.
I should know this, and I do actually know this because we have a website. If you don't know, Dapple has a website. It's called Dapple.inc. I built it, and shout out to me. Alice said I could say I built it. This is a website of all the things we offer. Dapple Productions is just your one-stop spot for Splatoon 2 content. We have weekly tournaments, we have majors, we have tournaments for Europe, for America, but everyone can join every tournament because we are just here for fun. Some shout-out tournaments are, of course, Battling Pool, the longest running Splatoon 2 tournament series ever. We're at 187 right now. Another shout-out is the one major we just had 20XX, which was huge and a hype game, and teams joining from literally around the world going in. Of course, we have Triton Cup, which is your bi-weekly Splatoon tournament, and we have Squid Junction, which is a tournament with a strike ban system, so you can ban maps, and then it's just going down and down and down and down and down.
That one's NA.
Yeah, that one is NA. That one is NA. That's RNA tournament. And then we also have the shoutouts Girls Duo Cup to put a little bit of extra spotlight towards the female side of Splatoon 2 community because I feel like they're being put in the spotlight, but you know, they're not being put in the spotlight enough.
They've always the female presence in Splatoon has always been there. Like you look at the other esports and they're just not at the top level because they get shut down. They've always been just here, and like I think back to Splatoon 1, and I can remember some Team Paradise. I forget what her name was. Team Paradise was like one of the best teams, and she was so good on that team. I can't remember what her name is now that I'm saying it. I can remember back to domination of Europe. You can look at Kaji's domination. You can look at current domination of NA. It's pretty amazing seeing just. I like to list like a lot of the people. You can just look at the past winners of that tournament, and it's like, oh snap, they're on like the teams that have been absolutely throttling us. And when you look at other esports, you just don't notice them, and it's like because they got shut down here, they get to thrive, and it allows them to really thrive because oftentimes they don't want to like say, hey, I'm a girl, because it's kind of weird. It's like, well, congratulations, weird champ. But you don't really get to see that, and it's like pretty. When I look at like when I watch Valorant or I watch like Overwatch or that, I can watch the entire Overwatch League, and there isn't a woman playing in all of 20 teams. It's insane. I find it a little bit crazy. And then I look at Splatoon, and then there's like in the top 30 players, like 9 of them are women.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, honestly, I don't get why women are shut down. I mean, they can play games, you know.
But yeah,
I
set up a tournament to let them shine.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's also a unique format where you enter as pairs instead of teams, and then you get put with another pair, and then you can go and shred that tournament. I think we had 1 or 2 now. We haven't had too many. I don't think I can run this tournament as much as we can run it more often. I think you can run it as often because a little bit gimmicky, and originally it was quite poorly received by the community, but what not poorly received by the community is this next battling pool set. We are about to make it happen. Splat zones on Wahoo World again. It is Sengkluft Warriors, the losers of the winners finals, against Bonne, the losers of the winners of losers round 7. Will Sengkluft Warriors get it back to the grand finals, or will Bonne fight their way back through the losers bracket and basically towards all of losers bracket and get their spot in grands anyway?
It's going to be a rough road for all these teams. And here we go. Splatoon's Wahoo. A map which is quite chaotic and quite fun. These big bubblers are going to prove to be extremely pivotal in the game.
Yeah, big bubblers are so huge because this zone is round and the big bubbler is also round, but it blocks off almost entire entryways as it's a 2v3 scenario for Bonne, but they don't have the zone. Sengkluft Warriors still holding on to it. The big bubbler now is ready for Bonne, and that might just be enough to start pushing. They have to wait to get a good moment and to get their team in, because everyone from Sengkluft Warriors who is alive is in that zone, and they're defending hard with the bombs. They're defending hard with the specials. Big bubbler now coming out. The rain coming out from Bonne. Ixu come out from Bonne. They are about probably to throw out the big bubbler as well, but there's a flank from Knives going on, waiting to get people. They get one. They're looking for the second, but the big bubbler is there to defend that junior. Zone is flattened now. 2 players down. The zone still in the hands of Sengkluft Warriors, but they got a penalty. Noah also getting splattered in a very nice way by that machine from Knives, and that puts Bonne again in a position where they have to get a special ready and start and wait to push.
It's hard to push in as an expo against an E-Leader. You need your team to fund that space. Those tags are crucial. But ooh, Sky tries to go in, goes a little bit too aggressively without their support of their team. Difficult situation to put your team in, because now you're in final fight territory for Bonne.
Yeah, you have to get your special in. The penalty also over. The timer ticking towards
Zuka gets
the
one.
20s. The high 10s. Zuka gets one, but will be enough? I don't think it will be, as another Zuka now is coming out from Sengkluft Warriors. The big bubbler coming out, and that will defend the zone. Rain coming out as well, and that will capture the zone. Very nice play by Bonne. Very good team play with that special. Now the big bubbler is out, but someone walked out a little bit too much, and it was nice. They're getting splattered by the splat bomb, and also someone else getting splattered. 2 players down for Bonne. Unfortunately, in the zone again in the hands of Sengkluft Warriors, but that was a very huge bomb.
That bomb
by the junior.
It went underneath of the bubbler before the bubbler was activated, and that's exactly how it got through. That Tryzuka to get them in for Bonne was exactly what they needed. Followed up by the big bubbler after the space, and Sengkluft Warriors had to back up. But now, here comes Knives. Has to watch out for that killer whale. Does fall, but does have that trade.
Yeah, that trade might be enough, but the zone is in the hands now for Bonne, and now in the hands of Sengkluft Warriors, who are holding a firm grasp onto it, even losing it every now and again. They get it back so incredibly quickly, as Bonne is only to 82. And again, 2 players down there on the side. Knives is popping off. Being in brain is not what you want to do, even if you're below cover. You might want to get out of it. There's Bonne and Bonne now, who are starting to push and get some points in, but that's so quickly paid. Look, if you look at the indicator, it's just neutralized quickly. Get it back now. Buoy bomb in a not too particularly good spot. Naive tried something. I don't think it worked all too well here. 3 players do go down for Sengkluft Warriors, so whatever they tried did work. As Sky went in a little bit too deep, facing a little bit too many players. The zone now in the hands of Sengkluft Warriors, who are trying to get specials ready. Riza also back into the zone, and it really is a big King of the Hill, a classic King of the Hill fight, as Bonne is preparing for their push. 2 specials ready, the 3rd on the way also ready. Riza getting unfortunately splattered on the 52, coming out with their credit wheel. 5.1, doesn't look like getting anyone, but still getting Riza was huge, because that shooter gone basically gave him the zone.
3 specials, and now they are on the back foot because they've lost numbers. They have to watch out. Sengkluft Warriors goes down. Sky gets 2. Absolutely. 4 shots from Sky. Gets 2. Looking to get more. Gets 3. Sky's going to be able to go here. Find Fate, but Fate says no. I don't want to be a today.
Fate has a very nice response to Sky, but Sky popping off there. Definitely buying a lot of time for Bonne. Their zone timer is ticking. A little left on the clock. There's 2 specials ready for Sengkluft Warriors. But Noah getting splattered with an Inksuka. That might actually be crucial because an Inksuka does a lot of damage. But Sengkluft still have to go in though. The Booyah is ready. It's thrown out. The big bonus has been thrown out. The Wave Maker's thrown out. Now he's fighting against, I believe it was Noah. I'm not sure. Just going gathering a Sky. They lost in 1.4. Bonne should they get the zone, they get that point, and now Sengkluft has to go into that zone, but I don't think they have to. Just 2 players in. They actually did it with 3 ticks left on the clock. They have the painting weapon. Sky still fighting against the Junior. We get the seed from Momet, or Ajax, Momet does get spat, or Deloitte does get the trade. Rizza gets the
I was wondering where Momet left. They left the zone. I was like, "You're the Junior. You can't leave zone when there's no time left on the zone." But luckily, they came back in time. With no time now, Bonne has to get the zone. They have it neutral. They have to cap right here, right now. They get it. Wow. They get it, and they end the game.
Just at the right moment. As it should, 97 to 87. It was a very close game. But yeah, what was Momo doing? He just decided that I am the Slayer now. You guys can paint.
Yep.
He literally decided that he wanted to be a different role. Like, end of
I
the
understand.
game.
They went to kill the Explo. They went off on the bottom of our screen. They walked in the zone. They went left to go kill the Explo. But then they dropped off the ledge under carousel.
Also to fight Sky.
What? Like, I understand like going to kill the Explo to make it like not paint zone, but then not coming back to go paint zone.
That's
you're leaving Fate the E-leader to paint zone against a splatter shot? No.
Nah, that's not happening. There's a lot of stuff I like to see, but that's definitely not happening.
That ain't it, Chief.
That ain't it. Literally decided I want to be the Slayer now.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait for the counter pick because how battling pool works. If you don't know, starting from losers finals and winners grands, you have the first map mode, and after that it is counter pick, map, and mode. Now the winner of a map cannot pick that map again. So that is actually crucial information. So Bonne is unable to pick Wahoo World again. I don't know why they would. They are quite strong with it, but they cannot pick Wahoo World again. We're getting splat zones on Hagglefish Market from Sengkluft Warriors, which is a map mode they, I think, no, that was the previous set. That was not.
Yeah.
It is a map. Bonne actually went on fire.
Yeah, they didn't watch the Twitch stream. You gotta, I tell people when you're in the latter half of the tournament, watch what your opponents are doing. You know that you are going to play them. Watch what they are doing, because you can know, like, hey, when they counter pick a map, they can kind of know what your strategy is gonna be, so you won't get caught off guard like some other teams. You gotta watch the stream. Shout out to our own stream as well. But
Big shout outs to Battling Pool. Shout outs to Majora for just streaming everything in the background. If you don't endorse the people in the back too much, because they're on the front like us, they're doing the hard work in the back, but without the back, we cannot have the front. Shout outs to Majora, shout outs to Dapple Productions for having us here. Let's get this on their way. Their teams are picking their weapons now, discussing their combinations. It looks like Bonne is a little bit faster in the lobby than Sengkluft Warriors, just because, well, one team played this map mode, and one team knows the strat, and the other team is like, what are we gonna do? So let's figure out if Bonne can again shred on this map like they did against Arkunir Burger.
I would like to remind everyone, the exclamation point bracket in the chat, Bonne has gone on a long losers run. They got sent down in winners round 3, and they've had a pretty decently long losers run. The team that sent them to into the losers bracket was none other than Sengkluft Warriors. That was a best of 5, which ended in game 5. Do I know what maps went to which teams? I do not. I wish I did.
I wish I did too. But what we do know is what's going on here. It's Splat Zones, Hagglefish Market, Battling Pool, losers finals again. Can Sengkluft Warriors fight this back. They are 1-0 behind. This is their counter. They pull out a reflux.
Yo, here we go. Let me
missile
break
spam.
this down for you.
We also
So-
get an E-leader scopes, by the way. Quick want to mention that.
Yeah. Here goes the reflex. They're painting their zone, painting their spawn for these missiles. They get the missiles. Watch the members back up of Bonne question. They backed up. They got the first cap. That allows Sengkluft Warriors to get this free cap of zone. They pop their big bubbler, and guess what they have up next again? Guess what they have ready again? 3, 2, never mind. They got them. Boom. Missiles again.
Those missiles are going to be so annoying. It was you also in the tournament, I believe, the big house where you also played the reflux, right? Yeah, people say it was annoying. Sky with a big flank, but getting spotted by names, getting it into a trade. That is unfortunate because that could have been huge. But that trade really shut down the big push that Bonne Question have planned. As more missiles are being spammed just now, the wave breaker coming out from Bonne Question. 2 players down, and it is the
This is all snowballing because of the reflux's double missiles in the first 20 seconds. It is unholy at the amount of control that this can have. We don't know fake can hit their shots, but this is crazy. We're down to 25 because of double missiles.
Yeah, it is insane how easy it is to spam. They are still going at 15 now. The reflux still not dead, it's just a machine. They have to push the zone so down the zone. They finally get the zone 70 penalty. That took so long for Bonne Question to get it in. And now that they have it, there's still going to be more missiles because this reflux is just going to charge up more missiles once again. There are the missiles. They used it. They get 2 people. They get missiles on 2 players. Well, they did get splattered. The missiles, they did get the zone neutralized. I believe they did get something done, but not a whole lot. But now
we're
entire
really
zone
have
painted.
to paint though. This is the thing. They have to use curling bombs to find their way in. Cause Fate is not on the charger. Who's here to shut down the charger of Bonne Question?
No one.
Missiles? Or Trizuka? That's your option.
Yeah, those options are quite limited, especially now also your spawn being fully painted.
Here they go.
It's a lot harder to get missiles. The missiles are ready to get 2 or 3 with the missiles. I think the last one moved out just now. But the big bomb definitely protecting the Build also to neutralize it. But now it's again in the hands of Bonne Question, who are slowly taking it down. The Rufus is dead. It's a 3v3 scenario. It's a couple ticks left. It is the lead now for Bonne Question. They are looking like they're going to take this game and neutralize the zone by Sengkluft Warriors. They are doing everything in their power to paint the zone. So Bonne Question is going back and forth. Bonne Question finally wins the fight on the zone. Buoy Bomb now out. The reflex on it, but unfortunately it was just not enough. The missile spam only worked for so long until they lost it, until the charger from Bonne Question could set up. And with that, game 2 also going to Bonne Question.
Wow. The reflux, Fate being down. Being down as the reflux when you have your junior's big bubbler on zone is unideal. Because junior reflux on the zone together in a big bubbler, nobody can outpaint you. The only way to stop you is Inkvac. Why? Because you can't paint over Inkvac. Why not just shut down the reflux by killing it? It's a great idea. But that amazing push to Ed. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna DM Fate for that replay code.
I want to see the replay code as well.
That was textbook play. Unfortunately, it doesn't get rewarded because reflux. I want reflux to lose its missiles. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I want missiles out of this game just as much as anyone else.
I do too. I was actually surprised they brought it back, considering, you know, I think maybe they brought it back because development, you know, starts at a certain point, and I think before that missiles were not as big of a problem as they were at the later cycle of Splatoon, and maybe they just kept it in for the. Actually, no, they should not have kept it just for the Salmon because the Stingray still exists, or the Stinger still exists. So yeah, I also am a firm believer that the missiles should be gone. And maybe they should have had someone else on the missiles, so that Fate could still be on the charger, because that was, I think, the big fall when they didn't have a counter charger.
No. Yeah.
So and then whenever so could set up, it was just done.
In zones currently, Junior isn't the best slaying weapon. If they give a better killing weapon, Big Bubbler, Reflux will be, I find it could be viable. I'm looking at the winners round 3 maps, which was the set, which was won 3-2 for Sengkluft Warriors over Bonne Question. These maps were Clanbook Hammerhead, Splatzone's Wahoo, TC Mako, Splatzone's Inkblot, Rainmaker Museum. Rainmaker Museum is the only one that can tell you who won, because Game 5, had to have been won by Sengkluft Warriors, because they were the one that won the set 3-2. So they won that one. TC Mako, they picked TC Mako. I believe that they probably would have won that one. And it's funny, because both times they played Zones Wahoo. So I'm wondering if that Zones Wahoo game originally went in the favor of Bonne or Sengkluft Warriors.
I think looking at the way they played that, I definitely went to. I mean, actually, it is a good question, because it could have been both, because Sengkluft Warriors, they could have beaten them there, and then Bonne learned and fall back, or it could have been Bonne as being super strong and winning it against them twice.
But I'm gonna be. It's crazy to think that a team that went out in losers round 3 is up 2-0 in this best of 5 losers finals to go to grand.
That's crazy.
That's
a battling pool special.
Yeah. That was really nice. Really nice to see, actually. As we are going to be remaking the lobby, we do have some Nintendo moments going on, as always. Would it be a Nintendo tournament without some Nintendo moments?
Oh no, definitely not. It wouldn't be a Splatoon tournament without at least one disconnect in the game or one disconnect in the lobby, and of course a little bit of lag. It wouldn't be a Splatoon tournament without those 3 elements.
I'm looking at Tower Control Makeover. I'm trying to figure out what Sengkluft Warriors is trying to use or abuse on this above Bonne, or if it's just, we beat them on this map before, we're going to play against them again. Which, I'm going to be honest with you, if you go into a game with that mentality, I used to go into a game like, we beat them once, we'll beat them again mentality. The team that wins doesn't learn as much as the team that loses. Unless you absolutely stomp them, there's nothing for them to learn. But if the matches aren't 100-0 in the first 5 seconds, then you will have at least the losing team will have learned something, and they will attempt to not make those mistakes again, which is a dangerous thing to go in on. And unless they're the team that lost this game originally, which is not something I would definitely want to suggest in a win and continue the set, or lose and you're gone, reverse sweep.
I mean, we just saw what you just explained. We just saw it with Sengkluft Warriors and Springers, where they lost twice. They effectively lost twice, but when they had the chance to play that 3rd game again, they won it because they learned, and then they won the 4th game as well. So the Sengkluft Warriors definitely learned earlier. So maybe now with these two games done, they're on a 3rd game, which is Tower Control now, just like it was on their original winners final set. And even though they picked it themselves this time, it's sort of a similar-ish scenario where they're on their 3rd game. So hopefully they learned from whatever Bonne is doing and start fighting back, start getting some more kills in, because they definitely have it in them. Like, Sengkluft Warriors showed a lot of strength.
Hey, this wouldn't be the first reverse sweep that they did on stream today.
It definitely would not. It definitely wouldn't be the first one today on this exact stream.
And they were also kind of getting dumpstered and dominated in the first 2 games. I was like, yeah, GG, it's over. Go next.
So, let's see if they can bring it back. Bonne Sengkluft Warriors having to get a reverse sweep in. Bonne on their effective match points, ticket towards the grand finals. Let it happen here. Mako Mark, Tower Control. Both teams running very similar compositions. With just a difference being the 52 and the machine. Everything else is the exact same. So let's see if Sky will do it better than, I forgot the name of the machine. Sorry, but let's see if the 52 will do better than the machine. Machine going out into mid early. Knives getting splattered by the junior, unfortunately, and that probably allows the junior to go on tower with the big bubbler and start pushing in. As Moment also getting splattered now, that definitely opens up the way for Stoda to get onto the tower and get a couple points in, but with that Suka, they're forced off quite quickly.
Oh, and they get sniped out because they had no paint underneath their feet. Easy sniped when the Charzuka is just kind of spinning around. Both teams, this neutral fight, 93 is not a lead you want to keep. Oh, they find the jump. You need to know where the timing is, and I heard the chink sound effect there.
Did you hear?
Did you?
I did not actually.
Okay, I heard it.
Okay, maybe it was just you. I don't think it was that specific sound effect. But let's go back to this game. Bonne question. They did push a little bit, not all too much. As Sengkluft is now on the tower, on the checkpoint, almost on the checkpoint, getting that lead to 86 compared to 89. Not a huge lead. They lost 3 players, so Bonne question is getting a lot of map here and pushing it very fast towards the next checkpoint. Probably gonna capture it as well as everyone from Sengkluft is still waiting to respawn or has just respawned. They are about 3/4 of the checkpoint, and there it is, 73 and counting. And that's a long way towards the next checkpoint. This is one of the best checkpoints to get out of the way early, because that will not hold you up. Sky getting a nice fight against Knife, looking for Mod as well. That wall being placed so strongly, not as good as it could have been, but they're still very strong while forcing Mod back. And now the tower is already at the second checkpoint, but there's nobody on it, unfortunately. It is on the second checkpoint. It wasn't fully through. There's only 3/4 of the way through. No one's on the tower. That's unfortunate, because that would have been huge if they captured that as well.
That was 1 point. Bonne question was 1 point away from having this game, like, so far in their advantage. Having that second checkpoint still being alive for Sengkluft Warriors is massive, beyond massive. They're still in this game.
They definitely still are in the game. They have to make a lot of work done. It's just like Sengkluft Warriors had earlier, where they were losing in a sense, so they're turning out winning. Let's see if they can do it against Sky now against Rizzo. Rizzo getting splattered by Sky. That's your splash shot gone. That's a lot of your damage output gone. As Sky still alive, waiting for a flank. Notices the flank on Faith. Gets Naives. Naives get them with that bomb. That could have been a lot bigger than it actually was, but very good trade from Naives. Even if Bonne question is now pushing the tower, with Sky gone, they're not going to push it as far as they probably would have with Sky being alive.
Oh no. They had that perfect shot lineup and unfortunately missed it. Now their team around them. Sky. Just going to be them and the junior alive. Big bubbler is going to be popped for Bonne question. Pop before they get to the second checkpoint, which is going to make it a lot harder for them to cap that.
Yeah, but also allow Sky to go in and be crazy annoying with that Killer Wolf 5.1. They are past checkpoint now, and they're going towards the last checkpoint. Sky still going in with Rizza. Getting a splat. Soda still on tower, trying to survive. They get the big bubbler just in time, and getting a checkpoint with that as well. Getting it to 9. I'm Sengkluft still haven't even passed the first checkpoint. This is going to be such a tough fight for Sengkluft Warriors, and without 1 minute and 30 seconds left, there's no way they can disconnect and, get anything done.
This is a tall ask. They need a miracle push to happen. They need some beautiful things to happen. No, so far so good. 2 kills, 2 specials. That is something, but that is a heavy investment. They're gonna need some bomb kills. They're gonna need some magic. They're gonna need some doubles. They need the second checkpoint to fall if they even want a chance in this game.
They do. The big bubbler also being popped out before the checkpoint on the tower, making it a lot harder with Soda being down on the fence. Same with that Ingsuka that jumped off. Mohammed again on the tower. The Ingsuka 4 Slingers also ready alongside the big bubbler or the Bee Bomb just used. The Ingsuka also used. They get the checkpoint on it, just one tick away from it. And there's no one on the tower with 3 people down. It's not. Did they get it? Yeah, they got it. With 3 players down and a full wipeout, they're not going to push it much further. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, Bonne question just has to defend a little bit.
That's fine. They got the second checkpoint. That's massive. Sky's going to look for a little bit of a sharking play, and they get it. They get the trade, though. 25 seconds to get all the way down to the third checkpoint is doable. Is it doable with just your junior alive, who used their big bubbler before they get to tower? It's looking rougher as the days keep going.
It definitely is. 10 seconds left on the clock. Bonne question very set up to defend and not risking anything. And unfortunately, Rizza going down. 2 players going down for Sengkluft Warriors. 3 players going down and a full wipe. Confirming this game, Bonne question did make quick work of Sengkluft Warriors. They had 1 push opportunity and they failed it, unfortunately. And with 91 to 72, Bonne question moves on in a clean 3-0 towards the winners finals to challenge Springers.
Yeah. Bonne question, amazing losers run. Sengkluft Warriors and Bonne question, they played 8 games against each other? Yeah, 8 games against each other today. And the first best of 5, the first 5 went more in the favor of Sengkluft Warriors. They were able to take that best of 5. But the second best of 5, Bonne question, they learned, they studied, they did their homework in losers bracket, and they were prepared in this beautiful 3-0 fashion. All the way, they started, when did they start their losers run?
That
Let me look.
quite early. actually.
Losers round 4. Losers round 4 is when they started this losers run.
That's
they went-
5. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 one. That's literally half the losers bracket they won.
Yeah.
That is, even if they're high seed, that's still impressive in its own right. That definitely is impressive.
Because you can only enter to go from winners to losers. You can enter round 1, which is hard. Not all the teams enter round 1 losers. If you did lose in the first round, you enter into losers round 2. Losers round 3 is just the winners of the losers bracket games, and then your next opportunity to hop in there is losers round 4. So the second opportunity that they had to hop in the losers bracket, they did. They did, and they took it.
They definitely did. We are going to the finals now. Grand finals. We've all been waiting for this. Springers against Bonne Question. Both of these teams shown real strength against Sengkluft Warriors, with both being victorious, one being a little bit more victorious than the other in a best of 5 scenario, and one even having them winning all the counter picks as well. But can Bonne Question keep that strength, keep that momentum against Springers, which are, in my opinion, a little bit of a tougher team than Sengkluft Warriors, or will Springers absolutely crush them? Remember, the Springers probably have not been playing as many games in a row for a little bit now.
Yo, Cam, have you guys been
Bonne Question.
staying warm? If you're still Cam, if you're in chat, I saw Cam's in chat, not Cam SP3, the one who's playing in the game, who's in the lobby at the moment. I want Bonne Question to have the jump. I want them to have that extra fire. I want to see some good games, but can they get the jump on Springers? Because Springers have an unfair advantage. They have, well, 1, Springs, because they're Springers, and 2, they have the advantage being on the winner side, allowing them to have an entire set to feel out Bonne Question.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot difficult. But honestly, what helps a lot of the time, it was about my first tournament set. It was some American tournament actually. I don't remember. It was like a one-off small money thing. We went to losers, and then we went like on the second round, or like on the second to last, so loser semis. We went to play loser semis and losers finals. We went back to the winners bracket, and then we won the bracket. We won the initial winner set, so we had the bracket reset. That honestly is such a huge mentality boost, because that can drag your opponents down so much.
It really can. It can be quite demoralizing sitting in that ground and losing it. But you have to stand on your game. You have to realize that you haven't been playing, and that these loser teams, they've had a lot thrown at them. They have a lot of different teams thrown at them, and they have had a chance to really pick away at you.
And sometimes, taking a break is also nice. You can get your engine together, you can strategize, and the advantage that Springers have now is they probably have been watching all these matches, and they have a lot of information about Bonne Question, because they were on the stream for quite a long time. So they have a lot of information that Bonne Question probably does not have of Springers.
What fruit? What snack are we eating here? What's the juice?
What's the
Do you have
juice?
some?
It's actually not the juice. It's actually, I was opening the pins that I won a little while ago.
Oh, nice.
From my old internship, actually. They do monthly giveaways, and I won one.
Oh,
and
big.
They send me a couple metallic pins.
But we're gonna get into this tower control make a mark game as our
should.
game 1, just as soon as Majora hits that ready button, so we can break the lobby as soon as we can. We got the wrong map, unless the game is trolling us again. Hopefully, it's not.
That's definitely Mako.
That's actually Mako this time. Okay. But for anyone that didn't watch, we had a game that said it was saying it was going to go to Mako Clam. You're supposed to be going to Mincemeat Clams, and the game said Mako Clams, yet
it was Mincemeat
to Mincemeat Clams, even though the game said it was going to the wrong map.
Dude, that's a big Splatoon moment right there.
Big Splatoon.
That's definitely a big Splatoon moment. That's more of a bug Splatoon moment rather than a big Splatoon moment. I want to get into the package.
All right, now I get to see everyone in here. Before more jar readies up, I want to see what everyone's weapons are.
Oh man, I'm excited for this.
Not today. Zones Hagglefish is our map that we're gonna be starting on. I don't know, Hat. I'm ready for good action. That's what I don't really know what to say. I'm just waiting. I'm sitting here ready. I want to see top players perform, and it's always fun in weeklies because no matter who's playing in it, it's always good action. No matter if it's a 3-0 dominant sweep, or a reverse sweep, or a bracket reset, or bracket reset stomping. It's always exciting seeing players play hard.
Yeah,
Watching
definitely.
people destroy in this game. Watching people push this game to its limits. Every single week, I find it just entertaining.
Especially what I like about Splatoon 3 now, especially because it's a newer game. This game is actively being pushed towards its limits, and those limits being pushed further and further. So we're gonna see a lot of action here against Springers, against Bonne Questions, the quite strong defenders of the winners bracket towards the fighters of the losers bracket. Let's see who will be coming out victorious, as Springers will be the first one to get that zone, to get the couple spots in the Bonne Question as well. With 3 players down for Bonne Question, they are having to hold back and wait for order to really push in.
Here they go. They're looking. Oh, the Trizuka's at the ready. Warlock with that amazing Trizuka that they've been able to cause so much damage with it at the ready. Could really just shut down Bonne Question's attempt at pushing in here. But they get sniped. The other Trizuka, that's 3 down in just a matter of seconds. Bonne Question, they're back in the zone, and they have specials still to defend.
Yeah, those specials are going to be crucial, because capturing a zone without it is already hard enough, but having them now to defend is going to make defending that much easier. As the machine from Cam goes down early, the spatter shot from Noah also goes down in a little bit of an unfortunate way. I didn't think he wanted to be down there, but still Sky coming out with that killer roll 5.1, trying to get some position and trying to get some splats in, but getting splattered so unfortunate by Cam. That might as well cost them the zone right there. They can probably get the lead with that big bubbler inside of the zone. They cannot, because it was on the equal side or equal points in order when Fingers captured it, and that will put it back towards that will put it back, because it's always the defending team in terms of points. It will get the advantage, if I believe, or the team in the lead will get the advantage. They had the chance to fight it back, with Fingers going in so big and really pushing Bonne Question back into their spawn.
Yeah, he's gonna live really close to that big bubbler. Gonna really defend from Sky's aggression here. That killer whale is gonna be coming out. Has to watch out for that big bubbler, and yet he's able to take the fight with the 2 gal being protected by that big bubbler. 2 members of Bonne Question are gone. Springers, they are in the final stretch here. If Warlock can come up huge with the Trizuka, that will be game. Warlock gets 1. Warlock gets 2. Can Warlock get 3? No, Warlock falls. But the time is all gone.
They can unfortunately not Noah having to fall all the way, to go all the way around because of that ink fact, and having to flank as well, encountering someone that cost them that game. Very strongly played by Springers, taking a first game, giving a counter pick to Bonne Question though, but Springers quickly showing what they are made of, and Bonne Question now having to learn from this game and trying to get a proper response in.
Finding information fast is all you need to do to really find Warlock. You need to find Warlock, because if Warlock's sharking and you're not prepared for it, you know Warlock's gonna be up aggressively. You have to be able to find Warlock quickly and then shut them down by just taking away that space behind them. And if you do, you'll cause enough chaos to hopefully get in. But the problem is, Springers aren't just gonna fall over like that. They are a strong enough team that you can get hit shots. Cam's great on that machine. And Yeti with that big bubbler and the junior, able to really show great spacing, great coordination, and great just team play. It's really hard, gonna be hard for Bonne Question to get it. But now we're gonna be looking at Scorch Gorge, Rainmaker Clan Blitz, Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz. That's the map we can confirm to you now. Scorch Gorge on Clams.
Would have been funny if
Sengkluft is gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would have been
The
funny
Scorch
to
Gorge
see
team is gone.
Sengkluft Warriors on Scorch Gorge against Springers. Now we saw what Springers did in Splat zones, but I don't. We saw them on Clamblitz against Sengkluft as well, and they were a little bit slower. This map also being long, being a bit more stretched out. I think pushing here, from my personal experience, is a lot slower than the other maps. It's not as slow as Mincemeat, but it's still a little bit slower. Though once you get that push in, it is super easy to keep the basket open. But at the same time, it's super easy to flank as well. For both sides, attacking and defending. I think this map is amazing.
Did I like Keltdome in the last game? Yes. Did I like Keltdome in the first game? Absolutely. Do I like this map because it reminds me of Keltdome? You better believe I do.
Dude,
Why?
It's just Scalpdome in the Grand Canyon.
It's Keltdome in the Grand Canyon.
Really
People still seem to like to complain about it. Why? Stupid enough.
It has a funny tower. You know how much stuff you can do on the funny tower?
You know the grading?
It's quite a lot.
You know what else is funny? Flingza.
Oh my god, I Flingza, I just noticed it. Yeah. I mean, it can work. I've seen more people make it work in solo queue and in some other tournament matches. So 100%, if you're confident with it, it can do a lot of damage because it has that quick roll, it has that quick slap from the normal roller, but at the same time it has the range of a dynamo when you vertically flick it, so it can definitely work out. We see the 52 from Kai getting one, looking for the second one on Yeti. Looking for the second one, doesn't get the second one unfortunately. Still getting one is quite a decent amount, because that would be a lot of time wasted before before Springers can do it. Missiles are going in. The killer were going in. Miko getting splattered by Soda. Soda now going in. Yeti being also splattered. The third one just on the left. I don't think Yoda noticed him or decided to not care. But still, that's a lot of players gone. With only 3 clams on their hands. And 3 clams in total. They're not going to do anything. Why are you still there?
Oh, Soda was thinking about taking that fight with Cam. They had the advantage. They had 2 down. But smart just to defend and hold back with mid. Very, very conservative and very smart play. Allowing their team to say, hey, what? Let's live another day. We don't have the clans out already. We weren't ready for this push, and honestly, that's bigger than attempting to get 1 extra kill. So are those quad missiles.
100%, those quad missiles are going to be quite annoying for Springers, being forced to move around and they get 1 splat because of it on Warrior or Warlock. But I don't think it's going to all too much as Bonne Question also loses Soda. Now Sky fighting against 2 players, Yeti and Cam, I believe, and I don't think they're going to win this fight. Yeti now with the power clamp being splattered by Noah. Noah holding on to the power clamp because it's in a very good position for Bonne Question to defend it. Stone here now looking to get more missiles. They got more missiles. They're looking for 3. They got 3. 1 got splattered though, so it would just be a bunch of missiles on that ground there.
This is just chaos.
It is chaos everywhere. It's still no power clamp on the side of Bonne Question, who are almost ready to push. That Noah getting splattered by Miku is annoying them because that Reason Punisher is going to stop him for quite a decent amount of time.
That squid roll isn't going to be able to be protected by that charger. Even though they did parry it, the charger does pierce through your roll, which is nice. Please bot blasters, so the power blasters, so they can direct you even though you could roll them.
Yeah, they should probably do that. I mean, charger are obviously kind of piercing weapons except for ink armor, so I can kind of see why they did it. I think still blasters should.
It's good.
It's good. It's
good. Both teams have just been so neutral here. They've been fighting, winning some 1v1s, winning some 2v1s. We haven't really had a 3-down situation where we have a good push. As we give Warlock this power climb now, this should be an opportunity. They don't want to be. Mika didn't want to be holding on to it because they have this impact pop. Yeah, they're trying to look in, trying to go for the throw. Can they get it? They pop the big bubbler. They're looking to get the throw in. Can they get it? They find it. Luckily, they have now more clams. Will be following the rest of Springers.
Yeah, a lot of clams are on the way though. Yeti has a couple clams. Warlock is on a defending side to get that basket open against Sky and Xonal. Xonal now having to push back a little bit because they can really not do a whole lot except for the missile spam. They got the missile spam on 2 Miku and Warlock, with Warlock unfortunately already got splattered. Miku just decided not to get splattered. Yeti now there trying to get no splattered, fighting against 2 players. Yeti still alive somehow against Noah and Xonal and got away with it as well. Unfortunately for Noah to miss all those shots that could have been used. 35 points. 4 Springers left on the board to turn it to penalty. Bonne Question have to make some work done. They get the Ink Suka, but unfortunately not going to be enough as Miku pops out the Ink Fact, getting a lot of Ink in it actually.
That's 3 specials
out as well. A lot of missiles out from Xonal. Those missiles might get someone stuck. Yes, they do. And now there's a big gap open towards the basket, but no power clamp to be thrown inside of it.
Sky's fallen to Cam. Cam's going to be coming around from behind. Down this push. Before Bonne Question really can get too much going. They got 1 power climb in, but that's not enough. Under 50 seconds left on this timer. They need more. They need this map if they want to really have a good fighting chance in the series.
They do otherwise have to go to reverse sweeping, and that's not something you want to do because it is so difficult, because it means you can not make any mistakes. They have to clamp it ready. They have enough to make a power clamp, but they actually have to do it. 30 seconds left on the clock, and no power clamp means no overtime. So they have to pop it. Sky gonna get traded with Warlock. That is huge for both of these teams because that is the main slayer of both gone. Now Yeti also getting splatted by Noah, who's looking for the third on Cam. Cam also getting splatted, but it's a trade. They have the missiles ready. It's still enough. Hopefully they don't have enough clamps to make a power clamp. They do. Miku also getting splattered, but they have a power clamp finally. But they have to actually throw it in. And Yeti is still there on the defense. It has to be thrown in now. Yeti now going in. Cam going in. Warlock going in. They have to power clamp. Do you have the normal clamp to get it in?
So they have the power
clamp.
They have another one.
They did have the jump from Noah. Can they get it in? They got it in, but they still have to go a little bit more points. And there's no one on the board to grab power clamp with just Sono being alive. And with that, I think game 2 is going to an unfortunate end there. Unless they can get it in. But unfortunately for Bonne question, Sono could not get those clamps. I think they could have actually got them in if they throw it.
There was one clam sitting underneath the basket. They had to throw that one. With the jumps weren't there. The respawn Punisher had come out. I believe it was the Chargers bombs. Because that was, I know overtime respawns are a little bit different, as long as they're still like Splatoon 2, where the overtime respawns are a little bit longer. But it was well even a little bit longer than that because just how long respawns were taking. So so close, so close in the end. A much better showing, much better showing from Bonne question.
Definitely was, but now they can counterpick the map mode again. But
they have to win. If they want to win this, they have to win on 2 counterpicks of Springers. 2.
Yeah, that's gonna be super difficult. And then they also have to go towards the entire bracket reset. So
I don't even worry about that right now. I'm more worried about right here, right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Same here. It's going to be a difficult showing. It has to be a very good counterpick. I'm going to quickly lurk in Captain's Chat if I can see anything done, or if I can get any leaks, some in terms of discounts.
Any scrimbucks? Even though they're not scrimbucks, scrimbucks are what we use before going into the tournament. Hearing what people were doing, pulling off in scrims.
Okay, so I'll get some scrimbucks in.
No, not scrimbucks.
No scrimbucks.
Abusing moderator powers to find out what you can see. I'm pretty sure I'm still in Captain's Chat. Am I? Probably.
I don't see you.
I'm not?
No, I don't think you are. No, you're not. Oh, no, you are.
What's my name?
It's Genie7.
Oh.
You can access it, because casters can access the Captain Chat at Pattern Pool. I think I specifically did that. Because someone asked me once. It's gonna be Tower Control Mako Mart. Ooh. Solid choice. At least that's what it shows on my screen right now. So it is going to be Tower Control on Mako Mart because it's also shown on your screen now. So, oh no. Inkblot Academy.
Tower Control Inkblot? There we go.
Mako would have been fun. Inkblot also fun though. But that's a map that Springers lost. Well, they won it and they lost it, ironically enough. So I think they're fairly confident because they had a good experience for both sides of this map. So they had good experience in it. So I can see why they picked this.
Yep. It's a map that's well known to both teams that have played Splatoon 2. So I don't know. I just think of Inkblot as great tower control. We had a great tower control match earlier in the day. We also had I just think of great tower control matches. A lot of the best ones have been here. They can be so close. It could be so snowbally for teams. It really exemplifies taking space with specials. It really truly does, and not just popping them all because you can.
No, and I feel like that's something a lot of people mistaken this game for both teams. No, running similar comps except for the difference between Cam and Noah again. With that machine, special-matic difference. Grab Tank pretends to be quite strong here because you have a lot of open space at the same time. That machine Booyah Bomb is just something that cannot go unnoticed there. As the first player to be fallen is Noah from one of the teams.
Springers are on the back foot now. The respawns are coming in. Just gonna be Miku back, but they take Soda out before the tower can really go anywhere. Big Bubbler will not be ready for a while because that is a respawn punish charger shot. Sky is looking to see if they can find Miko onto that right block. They're just going to hold off while Cam is trying to fight Noah on this right side. I believe that was Sky that was winning on the trade with Miko.
I think Sky actually got spotted by Warlock, because Warlock dives on the Sky. It might be trade, I'm not entirely sure. Noah does get someone though, and gets the grab tank, and the tower is somewhat in the hands of Bonne Question. The Big Bubbler now on the tower is going to prevent the crab to do absolutely anything. But Soda decides that I don't really care about the Big Bubbler and just goes onto the tower anyway and goes to the checkpoint and probably gets the checkpoint as well. 3, 2, 1, and there it is. With the help of
3
Soda,
down. They're going to have to take a lot of space with this. I want to see them take that top left. They have. Sky has fallen. Noah's up there still. Warlock and Yeti sees this, and they don't want to fight that crab tank in that tight corner space. Big Bubbler's going to be able to allow Bonne Question to have this second checkpoint for almost free. Just cost them the Big Bubble.
Yeah, that's still huge because getting a second checkpoint out of the way this early gives you a lot of breathing room for later stages in the game, and especially for defending now. If you want to defend the hold off Stingers Forbid and get some specials, that definitely helps a lot. Springers have 2 specials ready compared to 0 Bonne Question, but Springers also lost 1 player. Bonne Question now losing the Charger Tunnel, and that's going to be unfortunate because it's going to take a little while to respawn. Sky getting spotted by Warlock. Warlock coming out with an Inkzuka, doesn't get someone with the last shot, but they're going in deep. They're looking for Tunnel, they're looking for him, trying to get the splats in him. Now also Soda, I believe, they are in the spawn, waiting to get splatted. Soda does get the splat on Warlock, and this will stop Springers push for a while. As
one point. They get through it, and it's just going to be Soda left alive. Soda's going to be in a terrible situation. Can't find anything. Springers, they're on such a good heater right now. They have the big Booyah Bomb. They have their Trizuka. That's going to be popped. Doesn't find anything, and they fall. Inkvac has been popped, allowing them to confirm that the lead will be theirs. I don't know how much more they'll get past it.
Not a whole lot, only 6 points. But then Inkzuka definitely helped a lot there, even with the flank. But we saw Soda or Noah just doing so much against that. In fact, it was just eaten up. Literally everything was eaten up, even if it ended and didn't get splattered. The Liga of 29 is still big because any breeding Bonne Question had is now completely out of the question. But with a lack of ink, or with the lack of ink on their side, they can get a lot of specials ready, as they have all their specials at the ready. And they are waiting to be used. Their specials are hyping up. They want to be used. They want to get kills. They want to protect that tower. The Big Bubbler, Soda now all looking at that charger. So close, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike as Yeti throws out their Big Bubbler to get it on. Noah getting splattered by Warlock to the Inkzuka, almost getting the charger. Well, Sky getting Inkzuka done, but Warlock quickly shuts it down with a flank. With Warlock also getting shut up by Xono, as this map is still in a very 50-50 scenario. It is leaders' fingers, but Bonne Question is definitely putting up a good fight against them.
Both teams all the way down to 35 and 29 respectively. They got it down there before it hit the 2-minute mark. Now both teams just scrapping out in mid, trying to find the space. Sky on this right side. They have the advantage on the side of Bonne Question. Can Sky get this Trizuka off and find a lot of value, or they lose too many members?
I don't think it's...
Those are just prey. Those shots are... When you aim a Trizuka in the sky, you are just praying to find something. That was not value.
That was not the way to do it, especially Warlock just aims it directly in your face and shuts you down. Literally says, I'll show you how it's done. Get one with it, another one going down as well. Only 2 players alive for Bonne Question, with Springers again pushing up the tower. Now Miku is out there with that Inkvac, and Inkvac really is showing how many times it can defend the tower. Sky pushing Noah away though, but Yeti making quick work of Sky with that Big Bubbler still at the ready. It's about to be thrown down. It's not being thrown down as it gets splattered. Miku does have the Inkvac, but being pushed all the way back, so the towers are going anywhere further than it was. They gained 1 point with it, but 23 seconds left on the clock. Bonne Question have to make a lot of work, and that tower is going to be at their current standings whenever the timer has run out, so they have to push in overtime.
That was massive. Miku not being able to protect Yeti, who had the Big Bubbler at the ready, and the Inkvac was currently being popped, was clutch. They were able to shut that down, but here we go in overtime. Crab is out, Big Bubbler's out, Booyah's out, all members are down. Yeti just has to get down tower, and Springers are going to be your paddling pool 187th winner.
Very, very impressive run from Springers after their original winners finals. They were like, nah, we're done. We're just gonna VO this. GG's. Nah, it's alright. Though, I want to say in the last map, Bonne Question put out a very good fight. And I think if they had one player alive in the push, one X player alive in the push from Springers, they could have probably won this match because it was very, very close.
It was, and honestly, that was a good tournament. Springers coming out pretty solidly. They had the big reverse sweep scare Sengkluft Warriors, which honestly came down just to mere points. But they came out here ready for grands, and they stuck it to them. They stuck it to Bonne.
They really did, and I think a very deserved win as well. They were seed 1, they ended seed 1. Bonne seed 3, they ended seed 2. But Sengkluft Warrior getting a nice third medal, and also deserved, because, you know, the top 3, I think they deserved it. They had their strengths and weaknesses, but they all showed a good game, they showed good entertainment. I think that's the most important part, because, you know, people play for the skill, and they're also playing a little bit for our entertainment, you know. So I think all the matches at the ICATs were very entertaining and not super one-sided, even if Bonne lost 3-0 here. It wasn't a super one-sided match. But I think with that, we are going to end this week's battling pool. It's a very, I think it was a shorter one actually. This might have been the shortest battling pool we've had on Splatoon 3.
It's 6:30 for me, but then again, you guys changed their time, so it's really like
it's 11. It's 11.
It's 11:20 for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Because we're only 5 hours difference opposed to our normal 6 hours difference. So for me, it ends at like the exact same time as normal, which means it's an hour ahead of schedule.
Hey. Well,
so
I mean,
it doesn't feel like it's shorter for me, but when I think about it in reality, it is.
It definitely for me it is.
It really is an hour earlier.
Usually I go to bed, you know, when it's finished, because it's usually finished like midnight for me, something like that when I'm casting. But now I can still play some Splatoon 3.
Yo, nice.
You want to play
go
some
have
duos?
dinner. Oh. Where can the lovely people find you if you're not having dinner?
Huh? If I'm not having dinner, you can find me on Twitter. I am not active on Twitter. Well, I am sort of active on Twitter. I like a lot of stuff. You can find me on Twitter at @_hat_double_, where I recently posted a picture of me in real steel plate armor from the medieval times.
Ooh, let me go on there and like that. And the lovely people can find me here on Saturday I'm doing Saturday? I'm pretty sure I'm doing Saturday's block for Good Junction. Second block? I think so. I don't know. But this Saturday, 7 Eastern, 10 Eastern, is when the finals are happening for Squid Junction. You can find me there, or you can find me on IPL later tonight for SOS. But besides that, at Genie7, GEE_NIE7 on Twitter. Right now I'm a really good Twitter follow if you want to keep up all the top tournaments in Splatoon. I'll retweet all of them, so if you want to know when any of them are happening or what any of the top players are talking about in a friendly way, I am definitely a great Twitter follow for you. Besides that, when is our next event here on Dapple? Let's pull up the dandy calendar. Make sure to follow Dapple Productions here on Twitch, because next Wednesday we have another paddling pool as always. This Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, Eastern US time, we have our Squid Junction. And next Friday, we have the Friday the 11th, we will be having a Triton Cup here on Dapple. The same start time as the paddling pool. And mark your calendars, people, for if you look at the calendar, the 23rd of this November is a gold paddling pool. So make sure you're here for that one, because we get all the top teams coming out for golds.
Oh, definitely. If you don't know what the golden paddling pool is, the golden paddling pool is what we host every 10 weeks. It will be 190. And it will give you the golden paddling pool badge on Send the Link if you win. And the tournament will be Splat Zones only, which is a very, very welcome feature. And also, we are slowly making our way to paddling pool 200. If you don't remember, 100 we had a money tournament on a Wednesday. Can you imagine a major on a Wednesday? That was crazy. And with 200, who knows? Who knows?
What are you putting in there? You putting all your life earnings in there?
I am definitely considering spending like $100 in
But yeah, with that, thank you all for joining us here. Thank you to our. Let me get our. Thank Majora. I can thank Majora as well. But I want to see who was on before. So I forget who was on before, so I can check them out.
I actually don't know who was on before.
Yeah, you weren't here. That's right. Imad and Medic. That's right.
Yeah,
Imad and Medic. They're actually great. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are
dude,
going to be.
I love Medic.
As we are just stalling, we are going to be rating Storm Hero. Thank you, Majora, for us, because Hat and I could talk. Hat and I would be able to go to the pub and have a beer and talk sports all day. We could sit here and talk all day.
Oh, we do. We definitely.
We could. So we could sit here and talk all day. And we're probably just going to talk until the raid happens. So enjoy Storm Hero. Go say hi to Storm Hero for us. And yeah, with that, what do you think about Red Bull? Did you like their win in Formula 1 this year?
I think it's deserved. I definitely think it's deserved. I mean, even if they did stupid purchase cap regulations last year, that was because of a miscalculation in taxes and the fact that Asian News salary wasn't allowed to be taken off the budget cap. So I don't think they actually spend extra money into performance, though of course you can take conspiracy theories in. But they have definitely, even considering the circumstances they had last year, because they put a lot of money in last year's car, I think they 100% deserved the construction championship. And Max Verstappen, regardless of what you say, he
so
fucking he deserved.
He destroyed.
100% deserved the drivers' championship. He's shown why he's probably going to be the next GOAT. He's probably going to break all the records.
Stream gone. Stream over. It's rated. Okay. I was just like, we were just talking like 5 minutes. I was making sure that stream had set stream over.